Are we live now? Think so, right? Oh yeah. Oh my god. So I thought I was live. I was talking for the last 10 minutes. I wasn't live. That's never happened before. I think we're live now, properly. I was like, there's no chat activity. So, and then I just quickly checked and I'm like, wait a second. That's never happened before. Yeah. Apologies. It's because Chris Esterbrook said, like, I went live in my head. And then Chris's message appeared saying, greetings, Darren in chat, hope all are well. Because earlier he had said something else. So I thought like, oh yeah, I'm live. And I was talking about what's going on and what the plan is. I just made the to-do list and everything. And then I was like, no one's saying anything. Classic, professional streamer. Anyway, we're live now. I'll just go through, so 8 minutes, I actually wasn't delayed. I just thought I was live. Alright, anyway, I could just catch up on what I was just talking about to myself. Little practice run. Effectively, I was just doing the to-do list, right? So on the right-hand side of the screen, we have cosmetics. Still want to just do a little bit of cosmetics here at the beginning of streams. Then we're going to organize the aluminum ingots. So what I mean by organizing is maybe doing a bit more with signs and just outlining what's going to go where. So just a little bit of time for that. Then we need to make fluid tanks. Then we need drones to send them to the rocket fuel factory. We need to adjust the rocket fuel so that we have some excess to go into the tanks, pressurize them in the packager, and then let drones send them around. Or, yeah. In fact, that should probably say export at the bottom. But anyway, yeah, so that's pretty much it. So we're just doing a little bit of rocket fuel. We have the rocket fuel, obviously, already. So cosmetics, organizing, rocket fuel, and then it was really cool, actually. I was talking to myself again, looking at the railway. There was a train in here with copper. There was another train using the bypass and another one using the intersection. It was like, oh, it's all very busy and working, so that was nice. How it feels if it never happened before. Yeah, so we're going to do some bottled rocket fuel. Although I don't know, we could adjust how much I make of it. The plan is to, well, I don't know, we'll get to that. Only a small amount, I think. I don't think I need very much for drones, but we'll see. Alright, so in the previous stream, just to catch people up on where we're at with the aluminum factory here. I might need to do some stuff in the Milano document for it, but basically, all the refineries are running. The bauxite's working just well. I think coal is enough too. I haven't really fully checked that. That'll be the only question mark, but as far as I can tell, everything's running at 100%. In the streams last week, we built these, so aluminum assemblers that are doing alclad, and then we added some that are doing alclad and also casing. So there's alclad, 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 and casing. The reason I do it that way is because the smelters are split up into two groups. So it's like this one's doing the alclad and then alclad. These ones are doing the alclad and then casing. So that combines all the alclad together, a little bit of casing, and that's what we've got so far. So we've got these two rows are free, these two, and so on and so forth. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8 rows of aluminum ingots free to do other things. We also have copper in here, ready to be mixed with more stuff if we want. So yeah, that's where we're at. This is a separate world. It's not the same as the desert video series. Yeah, the desert series video will be... Oh yeah, I again talked to myself about that one. Basically, yeah, so I've been working... I know that next video is taking a long time, and I do apologize for that. I've been, like, doing a lot of trial and error with aluminum setups. Like, a huge amount. So in my... I won't load it now, but... in my desert test environment, I've got aluminum testing 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's all these different layouts that I've been working with. I finally got one that I'm happy with. There's 2 that are like competing in my head. One is like really efficient. They both work. They both get to 100%. They're both fine. But one of them gets to work in like 4 minutes. The other one takes 20 before it ramps up fully. It's based on how long the water takes to fill certain things. The one that takes 20 minutes looks way better. It's like there's machines up here and then another row down here. It's sort of like a staggered waterfall thing. And that's cool and everything. But the other one is just like a classic line of 5 refineries. It's a bit more boring, but it's way easier and quicker to set up. So I'll probably just ultimately go with that. Anyway, so this is one of the reasons that video's been taking a while. There will be a desert video soon. This weekend, probably. Yeah, most likely Sunday. And then they should, I always say this, but they should be pretty quick after that for at least 2 or 3 videos, because it's all part of the same build, and there's multiple components to it, getting it all up and running. So once the plan is like finalized, then it's just an active, just record it and build it kind of thing. How often do you find yourself making 97% of a factory production and just hate it and do it all over? Very rarely would I get that far. 97% is pretty extreme. Like, I would never build all this and then be like, yeah, I'm just gonna do all that again, you know? That's a lot. Like, this isn't even, I wouldn't even say it's done yet. Like, we're at like 60% of the factory being done. There's no way I would change that at this point. But I'd certainly go through, this is why I try to get my layouts early on. I spend a lot of upfront time planning and doing out layouts, and then once I'm relatively happy, basically what you should do is build like a micro version of it. So just make like a few machines and go like, okay, so this is what it would be like if I was to scale it all up. And a lot of the time I do scale up things and I think like, oh, now knowing how everything could fit together, I could maybe like make it look more interesting if I rebuilt it in different ways, but it's just so much effort to do that. So I guess I do flirt with that idea, but I would never actually demolish the factory or redo it. Just, yeah, I've just tried to build the next one better, basically. And hello, Todd. Yeah, that sounds right, Evan. Rocket fuel obviously burns slow, so you get a lot out of it. Still figuring out the idea of the factory concept. 400 hours in. Yeah, that's normal. I mean, I probably didn't really fully get everything in the game, I feel like, until maybe 1,000 hours. Alright, so I'll be able to chat with you guys a bit better once I just figure out what should I do for cosmetics next. Maybe cover up the train stations? Make them look good? Might be the next thing. Because this is still in flux a little bit about what's going to happen over there. Whereas this, I don't think we're going to go any higher here for a while. So we could just build out there and I'll put some lights and things in, and we'll just build out the pillars and stuff. I think that's a good thing to do. Oops. Oh my god. But yeah, so I did a video recently. One of the ones in my desert series was determining layouts for factories. It's the one where there's an image of the factory floor, and I think it's called "I Never Built a Factory This Quick," something like that. Because it's true, I've never built one that quick, but it did take a lot of planning. But yeah, that might help in some ways, give you some tips or ideas about like what should go next to each other and where, and how you can do things. Maybe. But it tends to change with every factory for me. Like in thinking about the new aluminum factory I'm doing in the desert series at the moment. Like I said, I had... Well, you know what? I will just show it really quickly. I think it's kind of interesting. Just for people to see. I've talked about the layout before anyway. It'd be very quick to load. Do you think you'll ever do a central storage build? No, I don't think you really need to. I know it's kind of nice having like an area just where you can go see everything. But it's just there's no point in it. So I feel like I probably won't. So this is a test world. I set up a little creative world just so I could test out... Oh, there's just some bauxite floating there. Test out different aluminum setup layouts. Now these are all using the exact same math. Right, so I think I talked about it on a stream last week or maybe the week before, where I figured out a way to get recycling going that can't fail. So you feed one machine with a water extractor, and then you clock the other 2 refineries to get water as a byproduct, and it'll just feed itself. So you always need one running off an extractor, but the other 2 will run off recycling, and the other 2 can't get backed up or fail. A lot of times the way people build these things, and the way I do too, is you're relying on the water to go back around to the beginning, but if you're mixing it into the original water pipe, you could end up like blocking yourself. Like the water that's trying to get out can't, for whatever reason. This happens all the time with people, and a lot of people get, quote, filtered by aluminum. So I was trying to figure out a way, like, How can we at least build it where it doesn't fail? You know, just make it easy. And I've got that. And I'm sure other people have got it too, so I'm sure I'm not the first person to do this. It's not that difficult really. Anyway, the basic math is that you need a ratio of refineries. And let's say we're using sloppy alumina. The ratio is pretty simple. It's, God, why can't I find it though? Well, I guess we could just look at this setup. This is the one I'm going to go with, basically. The ratio is 60, 60, 80 on the percentages for clock speed. So just to illustrate this is just before I would turn it on. But this is the one that gets fed by a water extractor, so we'll just color this one white. So I just had it as a packager, right? So there's no water here. So water is coming out from a water extractor going into one refinery. Bauxite is going into this one, and this one, right? So 3 of them are getting bauxite. The one that's on the water extractor takes in 80%. This takes in 60, and this takes in 60. Right, so 80, 60, 60. So the water rolls in, 160 per minute, and then we start getting our alumina solution out. The alumina solution of the 3 pipes combine and push along into the 2 other refineries here, which are doing scrap. They take in alumina solution, so they'll need coal, right? So they get their coal. And then what comes out of them is water. That water then rolls into the 2 recyclers, right? So we have 1 just on the water extraction and 2 on the recycling. And that's it. Once you turn this one on, the others will all just run. And just eventually run at 100%. It takes about 4 or 5 minutes. Not very long. And then you're done. That's it. But I was exploring, you know, when I was initially concepting this out, I was like, oh, we could change the numbers of these ratios around to whatever we want to make the build maybe more aesthetically pleasing or interesting. So I was like, okay, well, what if we didn't do 3 and 2? We did 3 and 3. You could clock it the same then. So just really quickly, these 2 are at 100%. But you could clock them where they're at 60, 60, 80 also. So the 80 rolls into an 80 and the 60. So this is our 80. And this is our 80. And then they split their alumina solution, is it? Sorry, that's the water, my bad. The alumina solution's here. So the alumina solution is 1-to-1 with each machine. Right, so this would just be the one you feed with the water extractor. So the water extractor goes in. Our alumina solution goes out into this one. And then our water goes around into each machine individually. So it goes out, splits from the middle out to the left and into here, splits from the middle out to the right and into here. And then when this one eventually gets its alumina solution, the water then combines onto both of the same pipes, and it just keeps like looping around. It's like a double loop onto these 2 machines. So these ones are dependent on the recycling. It's this exact same setup as what I just showed, just a more complicated looking version of it. But I kind of thought it would be cool because the way you can kind of walk around it and stuff. So ignore these containers. This is just so I could feed it the coal, and this would be like feeding it the bauxite. But you know, how you do that is up to you really. And then I was figuring out the load balancing for like, okay, like how many ingots do you get out of that? So this was a bit more awkward because I was adjusting rates of the scrap machines. So this one's 80, this is 60, and this is 60. It means that if you want to load balance smelters, you need a 1-to-5 balancer and then a 1-to-4 on either side. Now, it all combines onto the same belt and it becomes fine. You get 360 per minute. And I tested this and it does work. It just takes about 20 minutes to get running. The reason being, the water that comes out here has a lower priority to go up. So you really have to wait for the pipes to all get completely full before then it'll push in and start feeding itself back down. And then it just takes time. But it does work. It just takes time. Does time matter really? Not really. You know, 20 minutes is nothing in the grand scheme of things. 4 minutes is nice, though, just to get it all running, working, and seeing it immediately. Anyways, so long story short, I just did this a few different times over, and I built this version as well. I was like, well, what if we do, well, you know, a layout where it's more compressed if I'm really tight on space? Like, how can I cram it into as few foundations as possible? So, you know, I've been playing around. So I think ultimately this is the one I've just settled on. It's the most simple, it's the most basic. The last one I did, actually. And what I'll probably do is feed things from below. So I was kind of working out in my head, like, we're going to have a train station bringing in bauxite. So we can do all that down below, and the coal as well. The water can stay up high, so on this floor. But this is actually really, really constrained for space, which is good, because we'll need 7.5 of these. I'll probably build 8 of them. So 3 and then 3 on 2 different sides. We'll flip it. One will be a mirror image of the other. 3 and then 3. And then the 4th one on each will be underclocked to 50%. So how do you underclock something that's already clocked like this. So you just half it, right? So instead of 60, 60, 80, it'll be 30, 30, 40. And we'll just go with that. And that will do what we need. So that's the plan for the new aluminum video. As for where the location is going to be, it's way out over there. I was just kind of building temporarily and checking things out. So I just thought I'd mention it. All people know I'm working hard behind the scenes to figure out a good layout. Will stand the test of time and mean that we don't have to... I'll just back out, actually. I mean that people can hopefully build it without error. You cannot back it up, and that's the important thing, I think, that I was trying to achieve. Doesn't mean it's the best yield you can get, but it's fail-proof anyway. Yeah. The only way it would fail is if you don't have enough bauxite or something, but other than that, obviously, it just runs. That's the attractive part of it. The numbers, I must say, work out really well with the bauxite and coal I've chosen to use. And the amount of water you need, it'll actually be very easy to divide. So I do think it's like, might be the best aluminum factory for a first-time aluminum builder. Hey, Ryan. And thanks, Talon, by the way. Is this a series? The streaming... I don't know. Is it a series? I mean, you can watch all the other streams and call it a series. That's what you mean? Alright, thanks for indulging me with that. Anyway, it's great that we did all these streams because that's how I learned to make a better setup. Because I did it this way and I was like, yeah, this works, but there's got to be a better way. And there is. Alright, so at the moment what I'm doing is just building up the train station. I'm just going to build a ceiling across it. I like to think we'll do a big skylight. So there'll probably just be a big window in the middle of this. Could make it like an arch. Train stations are often like archways. Would look kind of cool too. Go a little further out. Iteration and experimentation is part of what makes Satisfactory so much fun. Yeah, indeed, totally. Hey, Damkara. I tried so many variants before I finally figured out how to... Yeah. I feel like I really get it now. Especially with a pipe that's raised. Like in testing all that stuff, like I was literally running timers and seeing like, okay, how long does it take for the first machine to cycle? Excuse me. To get its first cycle. And it's like 4 minutes. And then it's like, how long does that then take to get to 100%? It's like 16 minutes. And I'm like, okay, that's quite a long time to wait. And I was trying all these different methods. So I tried one where the pipes are raised so we can guarantee like which gets first and stuff. And I was getting the time down more and more each time. Alright, that's pretty good. We go a little further maybe. Or not. These could all just be lanes in. Float. Have to go further out this way anyway. Do you think 1,000 plastic per minute is too much? No. Not that much, really, to be honest. That's a good number, though. That's a good number. That's right in the middle of, like, a medium factory, I would say. Are you playing with any mods? No, I'm playing on 1.1, so there's... I don't know, but I don't think there's any mods active for 1.1 at the moment. With 1.0, I did start to, just on the streams, play with some quality of life mods, specifically persistent paintables, Sky UI to change the time of day, and the amazing mod Cartograph that lets you see your stuff on the map, like all your buildings. I nearly use 3,000 per minute in my current game save. Yeah, so with that 1,000 per minute, totally respectable number. Most people's first factories, even at a decent size, would be like, oh, the one I make in my desert series is like 400 per minute. It's like, yeah, that goes for quite a while. But you'll need probably, if you're building at any kind of scale, something like 2,000 to 3,000, I would say, yeah. But totally, 1,000 keep you going for a long time. You do a lot of electronics and things with that amount, for sure. I'm just out of concrete. Almost there, though. I won't go as far over as this, and then we'll build, yeah, the kind of glass arch things. To be honest, this concrete's probably not even going to be there, actually. So let's just get to it. So just at the beginning of the stream, we're just going to do a little bit of cosmetics. So I'm just thinking, want to go this far over? I reckon we can start to cut some of this area now. Oh, goddamn. Alright. Fat fingered the right mouse button. Actually, yeah. Keep it out to this length. Just going to get rid of that one on the edge. And as for this far back, we don't need this anymore. It was kind of cool, but it's not needed. Does that get deleted as well now, or? I don't want to remove that. They're usually dynamic. When you get rid of the junction, like, it's gone. Persistent paintable is pretty much... Yeah, pretty much. There's a few missing things, but it's basically there. What do you think of Anno 1.17? Or 11.7, as I've been calling it to people's dismay. Watched the video you dropped, but I'm so excited. I need to hear more. All the coverage just got dropped so unexpectedly. Yeah, on their Twitter account, they were teasing like that they were going to be on May 19th revealing the game. That was somewhat of a tease for people who are really in the community following, I guess. I don't have much more to say other than what's in my video, which is I think it looks great. I'm really stoked about it. I think it looks... It's interesting. Like, there's a few comments lately that have been kind of saying like, oh, it's kind of like just like 1800 but Roman. It's like, well, Anno 1800 is like one of the best city builders ever. So I don't really see this as a problem. To be honest, I consider them changing more than I thought they would. Like, I actually see it as a much bigger departure from 1800 as I thought they were going to do. I really did think it would just be like a reskin. That's all I thought we were going to get. But the whole adding in religion, a research tree, changing how requirements are given to your people, allowing diagonal roads, doing this sort of colonization thing that we don't know much about, granted, but they keep saying like, oh, in Albion, you can choose to build like Roman or build more traditional. And then on their stream just the other day, 2 days ago, I think, they came out and said that there will be 4 tiers in the Latium region. So, like, the equivalent of the old world in 1800. Like, your standard region. And I was like, oh, that's a bit of a shame. 4? Because there's 5 in Anno 1800. So, you know, I'd already built 3. So it's like, oh, there's only 1 more after that. Now, to be honest, the 3rd one looked really complicated. And I can imagine the 4th one is too. Like, the stuff you need in that gets very difficult. But then they said the Albion region will have more than 2. Because the New World had 2. So I guess it balances out that way. And I did see when hovering over and playing the game, hovered over a few buildings, and in my footage, I found it says like 2 of the names of the population tiers. It's like the Smiths, I think, and the Mercators. So presumably there's like more like, oh, there's people that are like industrial focused or trade focused. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to, like, I want to see more about what's going on out in, like, Albion. I'll leave that there for now, actually. But I think there's really nothing I didn't like about it. Land combat? Pretty cool. I mean, I'm sure it'll be basic, but it's cool that it's there. The whole point of Anno is, like, a trade economy, right? So it's like, I don't mind that combat's not a super focus, but the idea should be that war should be expensive. When I'm invading an island, I need to get a bunch of stuff together. I need to... Now your units are actually coming from your workforce and your ships. That's never happened before. It's quite different. So I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool to me. You now, like, there's a price to it. You need an excess of population to be able to sustain a war. Maybe that means powering down industries when you go abroad, or maybe you just always have it ready to go, or whatever. So I think it looks sick. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to throw shade at people's comments or anything. It's fine. You don't. Nobody has to like what they saw, and it wasn't many people. It seems to my videos almost. It's like in a row. I got like 10 of these comments or so that were like a bit more negative, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. You know, it's interesting. Not towards me, but towards the game, saying like, oh, it's just a reskin then, or why do people play Anno? It's the same every time, and it's like, what? I don't. Do you expect the game to be like radically different? It's not Final Fantasy, you know. It's a franchise. It's like saying, why is Total War the same every time? Like, yeah, it's a different era and there's some different mechanics, but ultimately in Total War you're recruiting troops to take towns to recruit troops. I mean, that's the game. That's what Anno is. Anno is you have populations, you satisfy their needs, and they grow. And it's on islands, I guess. Sorry, I did say we were going to cut that away. So, you know, I don't mind. People can want more out of it if they want. It's totally, totally cool. I don't really get it. It's that argument, though. It's like, well, it's part of a franchise. I don't really know what you want. You can't have a completely different game. Then it's not Anno. So. Alright, so this is what I'm going to try here. So, anyway, but long story short, yeah, I just think, like, they kind of actually exceeded my expectations in some ways. I'm a cynical guy. I've said it many times. I don't really have big expectations for a lot of games because I just get so burnt on things. And I didn't follow any marketing because I didn't want to hype myself up. So I went in just being like, let's see what they got. And I was very happy. So, like, I had no idea what I was getting into. So I was like, this is so cool. A lot of times with Anno 1800, people used to ask me, like, what do you think they'll do for DLC? And what would you like to see? And I'm like, I don't know. This is one of those rare games where I'm just like, I just really like what it is. And there's not much I even have to suggest. And a lot of the DLCs were great. A few towards the end, not so good, in my opinion, but... But they, yeah, they've already, like, added a bunch of ideas I never would have even really considered. Like, I don't know why I never really would have considered a research tree. Still need to be convinced about it as well, to some degree. I just don't want it to become some meta thing everyone focuses on. And I'm worried about the finite nature of it. I like the games to kind of go on forever. And a research tree suggests a sort of definitive endpoint, to some degree. So, we'll see. Right, that's my plan for this thing. A big dome. And we could do some beams going down the middle of them and stuff. So I'll just go straight across then until it gets to about this side, and then it'll dome back down. I'm not sure how we're going to combine the two buildings, but it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. So I don't actually need this. And we'll just build these out in a line, basically. And good. That'd be the distance we need. Yep. Alright. I saw people complaining about the diagonal roads of all things. No one is holding a gun to you, make you build them. Yeah, that's a funny one. I've also seen tons of people being like, oh, it's so funny. Like, this game, it's set in the Roman era, and they're famous for building grid cities. I never knew they did that. I've been to Rome. I didn't see any grids. Now, I don't know what they actually did when building their colonies. I know their military camps were super organized, but I didn't know that. I'm not saying it's not true, I just didn't know that. So, to me, it's like, yeah, obviously you can build it if you want. Diagonally or all on a grid. I will say, when I was playing the demo and I was trying to build diagonally. And, you are left over with, like, little gaps. The grid is kind of interesting. Just really quickly. A road actually takes up, like 2 grids. It's kind of like this. That's a road, a standard road. And then if you build a building here, right? Let's say your building is there. We have our standard road, and I'll try to do it to scale. So it's like, it'd be done in chunks of 4 almost, like that. And then let's say we have a building that traditionally, yeah, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So our building, that's just a house. Be something like that, just one house. Right, so I'm really low down on the ground, but imagine it from up high, right? So this is our road, this is our house. It's a 2x2 kind of grid. This is our road in a straight line, and you have a gap here now. You don't always, you can put the house right next to it, but if you have a gap, you can actually extend the road to fill a 0.5 kind of metric, like half a road will fit in there, and you'll get a graphic that looks like kind of a wide road, basically. Now, if I built more road on another sliver of it, like not a full one, but I just extend onto it, it'll actually then separate into two distinct looking roads. So this one will look like it's a road next to another one, if that makes sense. So it's almost like the grid has like half steps if you want. And I think they've done that because there are situations where you'll find yourself with like a little triangle gap, basically. And in order to fill it, like these roads need to be able to fill half bits. And for the grass and stuff, or for ornaments, they try to fill them, but it is a little finicky. So it's like, I can kind of see why you wouldn't even want to build diagonally too much, because it's like, if I can't utilize that space effectively, then why would you want to leave it there? Now, I'm a beauty builder, generally speaking, so I'm like, yeah, totally. Every now and then we'll do that. Fill it with patches of grass or just some trees. Totally fine by me. But space is really constrained. So I can see people just ultimately deferring to, or defaulting to, pretty uniform grids. But we'll see. Oh, and they did say, actually, on their stream, they were like, oh, they brought up that whole, like, argument that Rome often used grids, and they were like, well, Albion doesn't, so you still got diagonal building there. And that's true. It's like, yeah, best of both. Romans pioneered grid cities. Roman's architecture is actually really interesting. Yeah, I've seen like layouts of old Rome, and it doesn't look like a grid to me. But maybe I'm just wrong? In the game Rome Total War, when you go to like smaller settlements, they are grids. I just thought that was the game. But when you look at like a city map of Rome itself, it looks like a interwindy mess, in my opinion. Like, there are some districts, I guess, but streets are curved. To be fair, my knowledge of Rome sort of ends at the Roman Empire. My interest is really in the Republic. And I suppose it's like maybe it was like Augustus and beyond that really left the city a city of marble, as they say. Yeah, we'll do something to break this up. I'm not exactly sure what, but we'll do something with it. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, we could dome it down and then dome it back up. No, I'll just make it all one big one, I think is probably best. Because they are two different groups. It's like two stations, maybe? What do you think? Two stations or one? This one would be bigger than that one, because there's 3 in there. And there's 2 in this one. So I'm basically asking the question, do I do this curve here, and then do another curve up? Like, do we make it like 2? Just did a tour of Pompeii last month. It was very much a grid city. Like, isn't it like this? This is kind of more uniform, but not really. Like, if you look at the roads, they're going off at different angles. That's the kind of whole point, isn't it? It's like, you can build diagonally now. But to me, it's like there's grid. Like, a grid is like New York, right? But that's like not a grid to me. Not at all. But what do I know? I mean, everyone else is saying that. I mean, I just look at this and I go like, where's the grid? I see almost no 2 roads in the exact same orientation, but Whatever. I like variety. Let's go for 2. 8. Let's try 2 then. We'd have to come down at that point. It went up to 8. Okay, that could work. Julius, that troublemaker. Julius and Augusta are the reason we have July and August and messed up the rest of the calendar. Messed up the rest of the calendar, how dare you? Perfected it, almost. Nah, it's way better, way better. The Julian calendar rocks. I love the stories about, like, I can't remember what post he held, but how he changed the, yeah, I'm sure with the other people. After he went to Egypt or something, he's like, yeah, proposed like a change to the calendar, and then it played into the Civil War because loads of people thought summer or winter was ending, but he knew it wasn't or something because it's like his calendar was more accurate. So he made a crossing of the Adriatic, like when no one thought anyone would do that because it wasn't winter. Something like that anyway. Oh, that's pretty cool, if that's true. But as far as I know, they just named those months after them. I don't think it really wouldn't, like, it would make much of a difference. But you still needed, their calendar still proposed 12 months. Like, the Julian calendar proposed 12 months before Augustus was even a thing. I don't know. What do I know? Nothing at all. Alright, so we'll have that. The idea is then just to have another one of these. But do I want to space it by 1 or just do it from here? Like that. I guess like that's fine, right? Down here. I'm curious how the research tree will tie in or evolve with new regions and DLC. Yeah, could get very complex. Yeah, I almost wonder if the research will be different. They'll have their own tree in Albion. Is it almost... I don't recall seeing anything in it. I'd have to look through my footage, but it's not like I saw anything that said this will only benefit... Or, I mean, everything seemed to have to do with buildings that I had. I didn't see anything that was like, you know, this will boost the something building that you don't have yet because it's in Albion. You know what I mean? Maybe they had their own tree. Or maybe I just couldn't see the whole tree anyway, so maybe it's in there. I just didn't see it. Get some distance. Alright, it's like a big warehouse. It'd be cool to give them the painted beams that are colored. This is pretty much as far as we'd want to go. I guess to here, maybe. always comes over so much further than I anticipate. It's actually a very small one. I want to... There. Oh yeah, just remembered, we have to also figure out where the stations will go, the ones that send stuff out of this factory. Someone I think mentioned in the comments you could have the station on top of the factory or something that sends stuff out, because then it rolls downhill when it's heavy and it rolls uphill when it's empty. And it's like, oh, that's kind of an interesting thought. Ugh. "12 months does divide up the year better than 10 did, I think." Yeah, there was I saw some interesting thing recently where it's like, oh, you could just have, every month could have 28 days, something like that. It was like another proposal for a calendar. It was like, oh, that's, I don't know, I didn't look too much into it, but just from mock seeing this like YouTube short or something about it, I was like, oh, that's quite interesting if that's true. It's like every month could be the same. There would only need to be one correction every like 3 years or something like that. But damn, I wish I could remember, because it was actually quite good, or it seemed quite clever. Someone might know what I'm talking about. How far does this actually have to go? Further than this? Probably to about here. Build this one out to here so I can gauge it up there. They're 1 meters. Oh, that's okay then. Yeah. Funny, like the fog just comes in when I go up this high. God, my nose is so itchy. I'm so sorry. How much of 1.1.7 do you think the playtest was? 10% of the game, 25%? I just hope it's as complex and deep as 1800. Well, it was the first 3 hours, so it's kind of like the demo for 1800. I remember they gave a demo out to everybody, and you could pretty much get to artisans, and that's kind of like what this was like. It was missing combat, right? There was kind of a proto-combat active, and it's missing another region to be able to play in. But beyond that, it seems just as deep or complex, really. I didn't notice anything majorly different. There's just as much stuff to fulfill for the first 3 tiers. In fact, the 3rd tier has way more stuff than you would for an artisan. But this is without DLCs. Obviously, if you have DLCs, you end up getting like tourism and maybe Docklands or Bright Harvest. That adds a lot more complexity. There's none of that, so it's inherently going to be probably a little less complex than all of 1800 now with all the DLCs complete, because obviously there's only 2 regions rather than 4 or 5 even in Anno 1800. New World, Old World, Cape Trelawney, Arctic, and Besa. So yeah, so I would say it's as I mean, for my judgment, it's as complex as 1800 was at launch. Maybe a little more so with the research tree and the religion tree. Maybe that cancels out though when you consider there's no trade unions, so there's probably inherently way less items in the game. Because it's more, you're not buffing buildings with production with trade unions and stuff. Instead, you're buffing them with religion and stacking bonuses in the research tree and stuff. There's much more complexity when it comes to the actual building. Something I didn't really mention is that, like, I did mention it a bit to say that you could place a building near your residences, and they will get like extra knowledge. But the most classic example is actually the bakery. If you place a bakery near houses, it generates more money, but it increases fire risk. So it's like, oh, that's cool. So there's more like, it's going to be a lot less easy, I think, to work out like the optimal layout. No longer are you just building around a trade union circle, fitting as much in as possible. You're kind of saying like, well, if I have this, then I get the most out of my people. Or if I have this research, or if I have this item in my villa, that kind of thing. So obviously I don't have the full suite of items or know what all the techs are, so it's like, yeah, I'm not really too sure, but there certainly seems to be a lot more complexity with how an individual island will be run. However, I did mention earlier just to people a second ago, like, there's also less tiers. There's only 4 rather than 5. At least in your first starting area. But then there's more tiers in the second area. So I don't know. One thing I'm intrigued, I guarantee they're going to add like Egypt. And that will be good at like making food or something. Growing stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how they like, what's going to be done there. But that's like a shoe-in, I'm sure. Alright, there we go. Are these definitely the same? So we've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then flat. Yeah. Just looks like it isn't from when you're looking at it side on, but far away. There we go. Right, so now I need to try to make this look good somehow. Because I was thinking just really quick, you could do maybe beams, like really big ones. The big metal beams that run down the whole center. You could just do painted beams. Just as an example, like a metal pillar here. Let's see what it looks like with one of these. Like, is it even worth doing? It's not very different. I wouldn't do it on every line, but it was like, oh, maybe every few lines. Or you could have the even bigger one. Let's try the bigger one. Just to give it like some semblance of support, because it does look like, I mean, it's been held up with the metal, I guess, but that looks like it needs something. I was trying to picture how that would look with multiple. The other alternative is to grab one of those and use them instead. More tiers than Albion, so Albion could be more complex than Latium. No. Sorry, I meant more tiers. So if you think of Latium as the old world, like for 1800, 1800 had 5 tiers in the old world and had 2 in the new world. In Anno Rome, there's 4 in the old world, Latium, and there is, I don't know how many, but more than 2 in the Albion region. I'm guessing 3. They haven't said though. They just said more than 2. So it's like, oh, we've lost maybe some depth in the old world, or in Latium, but maybe we've gained more abroad. And if that's the precedence, then it's like, well, Egypt could have that too, if they, or whatever future regions they had. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. So, I won't do it through the middle though. I'll do it just after the curve. I'll replace this one altogether. I thought we could use maybe a half one as well, but I think this will be fine. And then lights could be hung off one of these. somewhere. Look at the reflections on that. Good. I may or may not have found out a way to make reflections a little better in the game. Maybe I'll share that one day. Found it on Reddit, actually, so it's pretty out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1. Hello, Darren, and welcome back to another live. They are Gen Z fighting, though. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, don't worry about that on the edge. That'll be fine. You won't notice it. We'll cover it up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Line. Right down the mid. Count with Darren, indeed. Before Egypt, it could be Byzantium. What would be? Yeah, I just look. I don't know my history that well. When it comes to the Roman Empire, I know nothing. I know a lot about the Republic, or not a lot. I know more about the Republic. So I couldn't tell you much about Byzantium, to be honest. I know it's a fan favorite, history-wise, but was much going on in Byzantium in 117? Wasn't it much later that, like in the, like 1,000 years later, that really became like super important? Well, less than that, but hundreds of years later, I would say. So I don't know what you do with it, basically. But I don't know. Well, like, I don't know. In the first emperor, it's like 117. Who's the emperor in 117? I don't know. I have no idea. The second or third emperor, I guess. So I couldn't tell. I don't know what was going on with Byzantium specifically, and what would be that different over there than Rome. Like, what would actually be gameplay-wise different. All I know is that in Egypt, you've got an entirely different climate, and Rome was dependent on grain from Egypt, historically. And a lot of the money, actually, as well. So it's like, it's a very rich, prosperous region. The lighthouse and all that stuff, the library, you know? You've got gameplay stuff there, in my opinion. But maybe I just don't know much about, like, what could you do at Byzantium? Or, like, yeah, that area. Because I don't really know what went on there that early on. In the medieval period, you could do loads of Byzantium. Or Constantinople or whatever. But maybe I just have a gap in knowledge. Do you think there would be a Master Chief Easter egg in 117? No, why would there be? Is 117 like a Halo number or something? 343? Something like that? And hey, Steve. What tier do you suggest stop building small starter factories? I would say tier, once you get aluminum. Once you build your first aluminum production, then your other factories should all be bigger after that. Because now you've got access to pretty much everything in the game. Trains, drones, anything like that. So you don't need smaller factories anymore. Spartan 117. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't play Halo, so I don't know. I'm a PlayStation guy. I'll be playing Halo soon, though. I'm sure. But yeah, just because the number, maybe. There could be. They always have little references to other things in their games. They normally reference TV and movies rather than games specifically, but they might. This looks cool, right? Those three in the middle. It looks all right, I think. Broken it up a bit. We'll go with that. No problem. 13 months of 28 days. Each month has exactly 4 weeks. Mondays are always first. Yeah, that's it. 7th, etc. New Year's Day doesn't exist on the calendar like a holiday, and leap years have double New Year. Leap years have a double New Year. But I love the sound of that. So, Janko, that is the thing I've heard. 13 months. Every month is 28 days. Every month is always 4 weeks, and every month starts on a Monday. It's like, man, that sounds pretty good if you want uniformity. New Year's Day doesn't exist on the calendar, though. Like a holiday. So I guess you just have to pick a day where you start it. Why wouldn't it exist on the calendar? It would just be it would be a Monday every year, I guess. Oh, sorry, and Tim did mention this before. Sorry, yeah. Don't like the use of the female thing. I would just go with the lunar thing, as implies that anyway, but thank you. Alright, I think these could trail down as big pillars. That look kind of good, like we have on the other side. Oh, we need our special color, don't we? The 10, I think? Could be 5. Yeah, that's it. And then the inverted version maybe here. Maybe that's not really needed. Doesn't get in the way of anything, though. Oh, I'll just go with it. Why not? Alright. So basically, if anyone's just joining, we're just doing cosmetics for a little bit here at the beginning. Then we're going to move on to more factory building stuff. But I've been trying to do a little cosmetics as we build this place out, just so it doesn't look like a mess all the time. So it's getting better. These. And not to spend, like, forever on it as well, if I can help it. Ooh. Okay, so that won't work. Yeah, I've changed my mind about those then. If that middle one's gonna break, like, not work, then forget it. I'll keep the lines going down, but I'll have to do something else with them. That's what we've got so far. Glass roof, big train station, 3 of these, like, kind of orangey, bauxite colored pillar things to give some structure to it. I have to ultimately decide on, like, the walls. I guess we could make it similar to how I did on the other side. So let's just run over there real quick. And that down. Yeah, so I just did diagonal walls going straight down, then glass. Whoops. Probably need something a bit more interesting than that. Then we did the beams on the outside of them as well. And that was nice. They look really clean. So... yeah, you could probably do something like that. Take a picture so I remember when I go over here. Add a sign to the inverted one? Well, yeah, I've removed that now, unfortunately. Opted to say thank you. Got so much inspiration from your marathon game inspired graphic design truck depot. Revitalized my computer and electronics factory. Awesome. Good to hear it, Nathan. And thanks for the kind words. Make the middle like an arch where the train passes inside. Like a double support with beams. This sounds complicated. I don't fully get it. Like an arch. Is it like a triangle arch? Next thing I want to do is just do the walls anyway, so we'll get back to the edges after that. Can I get rid of this? Hello? It's not there. I actually can't grab it. Can I latch onto it? That's weird. The hell's going on? I made a weird wall. It knows it's there physically, but I can't grab it. I can't copy it. Can't build onto it like another wall. And I can't remove it. So I'm afraid to like save it. I'll save it in a different save file. Yeah, it's like, looks like that's just here forever now. I wonder, could I paint it? No. What if I just reload the game? I try reload. If it's still there, then maybe go into the Satisfactory calculator and see if it's recognizes something that I can delete. And hey, Mr. Red. It's super warm in here. Bear with me one second. Oh shit. Hang on one sec. There's issues with getting this apartment. Hang on, let's have a look at this first. Alright, it's active at least now, so that's good. There's issues with getting this apartment. The date was supposed to be the 27th. So the 27th to move into the one upstairs. And the issues, it's nothing to do with us, it's just the solicitors are taking a long time doing things. So I got asked today, we told them the 27th, and there's people lined up to move in here, and they have to be out of their tenancy on the 31st. I think. Yeah. So there's people already agreed to be coming in here. They have to be out of their thing by the 31st. So I got asked today, when do you think, like, do you have a date yet? When are you out? And I was saying, so we talked to our solicitor today, and they said, so the day of the 27th is probably not going to happen. The 30th is pretty likely, but not guaranteed. And then the latest will be like the first week of June. I was like, okay. I mean, there's nothing I can do. So I passed it on to my landlord and the rental people. Actually, specifically the rental people today. The people that are the letting agent, I guess, for this place. And then someone else has just emailed me back now saying like, okay, thanks for this, for your attention, or whatever. You know, we have tenants moving in on the 29th, which your landlord is aware of, and okay, etc. I won't read too much, but they have to be out of their property on the 31st, and we're relying on the 2 days to be able to move their belongings. Or they were relying on that. They're now running the risk of being made homeless. We also have the check-in report instructed for the 28th, due to you vacating on the 27th. As the onus is on the seller's solicitors, I'd recommend that you advise your solicitor that your tenancy finishes on the 27th, and that you face the prospect of being made homeless yourself if this cannot be completed by the agreed date. I love getting an email like that, where people are saying like, they're going to be homeless or you're going to be homeless. I don't know what anyone can do. We're just waiting on them. I've told them it's like super urgent. I mean, I could just stay and pay. I'm definitely not. They can't evict me, but obviously just don't want it to come to any of that stuff. That would be awkward. I just don't know. Yeah, there's nothing I can even reply. I don't even know what I would reply. Sorry, I just saw it pop up, so I needed to kind of think about it for at least a second. No one's going to be made homeless, I'm sure, but it's a bit of a pain. The only thing I could think to say is that I never told them, the 27th date I had told them specifically was the date that they were aiming for, and it's not guaranteed, and it could be delayed. So it's like, well, wasn't my... Look, none of this is down to me anyway, but that was just a maybe date. And you've kind of, like, agreed to things now based on that. Which I don't know if you should have. And now you're running the risk of making someone else homeless. When I never agreed to that date. But anyway, I don't have a contract for that date. So... legally, I don't think that would hold up. But at the same time, I don't think I have a contract at all. Our contract ended in January. And our landlord just spoke to us over the phone. To say you can just stay on. I'll have to think about it. Anyways, I just don't like it when you get like little mini threatening emails like that. But anyway, I have to think about it. Just picked up Foundry while it was on sale. Seems like a fun game. Yeah, for super cheap. For that 50% off sale, it's definitely worth it, I think. Alright, anyways. So, got rid of that. I think I will just do... So I have that picture. I'm going to bring that picture up so that I can see... exactly how the layout was on that side. Hang on, I need to reply to that email, so you're gonna have to bear with me, because it doesn't, I can't leave it. It doesn't sit right, and there's only 15 minutes to go before it's 5 o'clock, so I'm just gonna quickly write a very quick response saying I'm busy at the moment, but here's what I think. So I'm sorry to have to do this on the stream. It's just an important thing. Any lawyers on stream? Yeah. Use ChatGPT to answer. I don't need to use ChatGPT. In this scenario, we do use ChatGPT, or I use Copilot or whatever to see what they've. Sometimes they write like all this legal stuff, and I'm like, just what? I don't know what this means. And it's been great actually in that regard. I just really quickly wanted to see, did I ever say the 27th as like a definitive thing? And I don't think I did. I can see the entire email chain, so just bear... I'm sorry to have to do this on stream. Just bear with me while I just quickly go through it. Should be quick. I know what I want to say. I just need to make sure I'm not wrong. I just have to find when that date was first mentioned. Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I said it's not 100% concrete depending on the other side, and that's turned out to be true, that the date is a little later. It's like a week later than we hoped. Okay, good. Not wrong. Mondays, am I right? What day is today? Oh, it's Thursday. Never seen him this focused before. Yeah. Already told them about the deadlines we discussed before. Just finished the Anno 1800 series. Hello. Just for reference, guys, just really quickly, I just got an email from kind of like the landlords and stuff that I have at the moment because we're trying to purchase an apartment. Long story short, there's like this mini threat of becoming homeless going around in these emails, and I just need to address it before it's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock in 15 minutes because then they're not going to read anything. So just have to write this email, unfortunately, on the stream because it just happened. So just bear with me. And if I could show it to you, I would. I just can't really show it to you properly anyway. Yeah. Well, another problem with becoming I'm sure I'm not going to become homeless. It's fine. I'm not American. No, I'm Irish. But yeah, if this move happens so quickly, I might not even have internet for a few days. You know, so that'd be a shame. It might interrupt like the flow of things too. If it happens quickly. We're only moving upstairs, so maybe a transfer could be done quick. But there's, yeah, because it's all down to the last minute. We don't know. It's like, oh, you could just be like having to move out super soon. Right. I'll tell you what I'm saying. Gotta refer back to the original. I didn't say gotta. I must refer back to the original date we discussed with this person. While she brought up the 29th as the suggested date for their move-in, which it was suggested this other people to move in. I never agreed or signed anything to the effect to say my tenancy would end then. I actually stated that we were aiming for the 27th, but it wasn't concrete and depended on the other side. And that seems to have been true. They have indeed taken a little longer than we hoped. So in my view, it's on the letting agent to figure out a solution to booking in another tenancy before we formally agreed to a date. Because I don't like, I'm not going to write this, but I don't like being told you're going to be made homeless. All right? Okay, almost done. Just one more minute. I signed a lease. Basically, the lease that I had ended in January. And then my landlord's always been very cool and very chill. And he is right now. It's his letting agent that's acting like kind of crazy right now. He's been pretty good to us. So in January, he was like, oh, I'm thinking of selling the place in 4 months at the end of April. So I was like, okay, that's cool. He gave us like lots of time. He was like, yeah, do you want to buy it? And I was like, no, we don't want to buy it. We're going to move to Ireland. Then we realized can't really move to Ireland, so we will end up buying something. And then we decided we'll buy the one upstairs because it's cheaper than the one he's selling it for. So that was fine. He was cool about it. Everything was cool. But he was like, oh, so you can stay on for 4 months or whatever. And I was like, cool, yeah. And he even said, I'll just reduce your rent for the last 2 of those months just to help you guys move or whatever. It's like, great. This is all great. But we just agreed to it via a text message, via WhatsApp. There was no signing. And I don't know if he took that and extended it somehow or anything, but I never signed anything. So you could maybe say I'm not even supposed to be here at all. I don't know. Technically, my contract ended in January, my lease. So I don't know what that means, but I've been paying him still. I paid him today. So that's all well and good. And because we went over the 4 months, I didn't say this or ask him, but I actually paid him the original amount of the rent today, not the reduced rent, because I've gone a month longer than we initially thought would happen. And then his letting agent, you know, while this is all going on, we're like, yeah, come in, invite people in, let them browse around, look around, and get something lined up for you. We didn't have to do that either, but we did. So we let people come in while I was working, a lot, actually, of people, because he was trying to sell it initially, and then he turned to rent. So anyway, let them do that. And now it's like, yeah, I gave you a date. I said, they gave us a date. They said, like, oh, the tenants that are ready to move in will be ready on the 29th. To see specifically what she said, we have put in the move-in date as the 29th of May to ensure there's enough time for your sale. So that's fair enough. And then she said, I've put in the new tenant's move-in date as the 29th, just in case. Just in case. So then I had said back, you know, I sent them the emails from my solicitors, and I said, like, it says in their email, it's like the 27th of May is what they're trying for, and there's ultimately delays and things. And I said, I replied, I asked for anything sooner, but the fastest they can do is the 27th at best, so 2 days shorter than their kind of time. But I was like, this isn't concrete. Even now we're being told it might change. It's dependent on the other side, like the seller's solicitors have like all these fucking issues basically that just end up taking ages. We also found their solicitors, and it's like a little literal alleyway with one door, like really dingy. I think they're just cheap and maybe busy, so they don't get to us very quick. And I was like, oh, you know, apologies, it's taking so long. I'm very frustrated with myself. Like, I want to move out. I'm paying more rent all the time. You know, I want to move. Everyone wants to move. But the 27th is what we're aiming for, but it's not concrete. And now, after telling them, you know, today, that, yeah, I've just gotten the latest news. It might be, at the absolute latest, the first week of June. Right, we're aiming for the 30th now, or the first week of June. And they just have to come back and say, well, we said the 29th, and, you know, you're going to make the people that are moving out of their place, they're at risk of becoming homeless. I would tell them that your solicitor, that you're at risk of becoming homeless because you might have to be, like, evicted. Now, I don't know the laws or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't agree to this date. I didn't sign anything to this date. So, I don't know. I've tried to just give you the best information I have, and it's going to take a week longer. It's on you for booking someone in, not on me. My view, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. All right, well, we'll leave it at that. All right, send. That could get me in a lot of trouble, that one. We'll see. Verbal agreement can be legally binding, and this includes agreements that made through platforms like WhatsApp. Yeah, that's cool. Well, then I didn't have to pay him rent today at all, did I? By that logic, but we never said anything about a 5th month or being here at all, but I don't know. I am just going to forward that to my... I will have to just send it to my solicitors and just say, hey, just so you know, you could look at this. Help me. I'll just say, I'm working at the moment. At the moment, haven't... Tell him what I said, so you can see that. Is a solicitor basically a real estate agent? A solicitor is a lawyer, basically, in this context. I'll just tell him the TLDR. Alright, just wanted to send it to my lawyer, solicitor, whatever. That's done now as well. Anyways, see how it all goes. You were trying to find a house for me to stay in. Yeah, sorry that took so long. But yeah, it's one of those kind of quite urgent things that took a lot longer than I thought. Alright, we'll try to speed up a bit. Let's get some more of this wall done, and then we can move on. Anyway, thanks for the help, by the way, as well. Not a solicitor, but I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. It would be an awful pain to be evicted and have to move out, only to move back in to the place upstairs. That place is sitting up there empty. Like, just give us the keys. Yeah, it's almost like I have to go down to those other solicitors and just be like, knock on the door and be like, hey, like, you have the thing, give it to me and I'll bring it over to my other solicitor. I'll be the middleman then. Because they're waiting on a literal piece of paper to go from one hand to the other. That's all we're waiting on. And my lawyers are saying we're not hearing from the other lawyers. So we're just waiting. We're just waiting on them. And that's why it's like these dates might not be the dates. Because we don't know. Because we haven't had a response in a while. And they've showed me everything they've sent. And it's like, okay, I don't think it's my guys. Because they are showing me. Like, they're trying to keep up. And they're not getting a response for some reason. So I don't know. And then there's a bank holiday this Monday. It's like all this stuff that'll get in the way of timing. And everyone clocks off at 5. Anyway, everyone clocks off at 4:30. But hopefully it'll be okay. All right. My dad is like crazy. If I tell him this stuff, he'll be like, he'll go mental. Like, give me the phone, put me on the phone to them. I'll talk to them. I'll straighten them out. He's so funny. Let me. That's what I was originally going to do. I was going to open up that picture. Yeah, I got it. So I have the picture of that. I'm just going to try to sort of recreate that, but maybe with a bit more wall structure. So we have this big dome over the train stations. Looks fine. Put some lights on it maybe in certain parts. And I'm just wondering, yeah, how do we do the walls? So I can't really do the walls all glass. That would look kind of weird. But we could do it more like the bottom tier, right? The bottom of this. Maybe something more like that. Might look okay. I mean, we could do glass, I guess. And just have those beams. Maybe someone suggested this actually. Should I do this where we have the rib cage, as it were, going up and across, just like it does? So we go through the middle, but also up and across. Crosshatch. Why not? Right? Do a vote. But I don't know even what the other option is. I don't have another suggestion. It'll be like that, and then we'll do a ramp that leads up to here. So let me just work that out and see what one would look like. Probably need the double ramp, I would imagine. Double ramp 2, double ramp 4 maybe? Oh, I could try to follow the arc. So these are 2 4s. So it'd be like that. That. We may go back though. And then it's the 2 and 2. And a 1 and 1. And then we need the inverted versions to make them fit correctly. Because I don't think double works with 1, does it? Is that a 1? Oh, it probably does actually, thinking about it. Yeah, sorry. Double would work. God, I can never find double for some reason. I'm so blind. That's down corner. Yep, I am blind. I can't see them for some reason. Why can't I see them? Double ramp 2. Where's the... Oh, it's 2, not 1. That's why. Yeah. Okay, that does work. Let's try that. I'll just paint them at the end. Alright, so that one... Something like that. We'll figure out the Gen Z in a minute. Oop. Not great. I mean, probably fine from down here. For the most part, but yeah. Nice to get that to... not have that problem. I suppose to not have that problem, we just throw in some inverted ones, right? No. Have to be inverted at that angle. I guess that works. Kind of just looks weird the way it goes thin, though. Bad. Hey, Nino. Do they expediters in UK literally someone to push them and literally run paperwork around? I don't know. We bought a house and did everything minus the final signatures with a notary. There are notaries. Are you getting a new streaming setup once you move into a new place? No, it'll be the same as this. I'm moving upstairs. It's an identical apartment. Except I'll own it. I rent this one. So I just plan on moving everything up as is. I would like to get like a standing desk and a few other things, but I won't have any money for a while. Yeah, there are notaries. I don't know much about them, to be honest. At this stage, I think it'd be a bit too late now, but maybe that's what we should have done. I'm not sure. It really does seem to be just based on like how long they're taking to do things. But if those notaries could speed that up, it would have been very useful indeed. Someone's calling me now. It's not gonna... I don't want to answer it. I'm working. I have to answer it. I missed it. Leaving a voicemail. I could check the voicemail maybe. I was just going to be like, look, I can't take the call. I'm busy. Something like that kind of works. And then you need something here to kind of connect into it. That better? That kind of works, right? That could do it. We have to have two of these. God, they don't like being painted. And that will connect all the way across. And we'll do that every, I don't know how many, 10 or whatever, something like that. I'll be right back, Serena. Yeah. I assume it was him calling. He sent me an email immediately right after the call. Well, it's not up to me anymore. I've sent it to my solicitor. He can handle it. Alright, anyways. Not sure if British notary works different than a US one. Better now. Just add another double under... Yeah, oh, nice one, Fern. Figured it out anyway, but good. Alright, cool. We've got the plan. We can just execute it now. Let's do it. So we'll do that, and I'll just have to pick how often this happens, and then we'll make it look like this in the gaps between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be... The next one will go here. Then we could extend it out to 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll just do 9, 10. We'll just go out 2 further. That's fine. That way it'll be like symmetrical or whatever. Right. Nice. Oh, it's okay. It's fine. There's nothing more I can say to them anyway, really. It's not... I have no authority over anything. We go this for... Yeah. Maybe change the 4-meter foundation to a half foundation. Change from the earlier building. Maybe change the, quote, 4-meter foundation to a half. This one? Could do. I guess the idea was that it's supposed to go down below. So it wouldn't really work as well with a half, I think, doing that. Because it's nice that it sticks in. It is a half, like on the inside, but it's a half on the outside, if that makes sense. You swap hover and jetpack so quickly? How do I? I just did that. I double-clicked it. If you're not playing on 1.1, If you're on 1.0, you can actually use a hotkey. This is in the second slot. If you press the number 2, it'll just equip it. But you have to have this menu open. So let's say you're doing this, you go like that, 2, and then it equips it. So it doesn't work in 1.1 though. There's a bug with it at the moment. Pressing it accidentally uploads it to the dimensional depot. What is the dimension of the floor tiles? They are 4 meter by 4. These are 4 meters. And these are the same size as a foundation, and they are 8 meters across. This is a 4 meter thickness. So 1, 2, 3, 4, but it is 8 across this direction. I know that looks like maybe a little weird because it sticks out. And doesn't do that on these things, right? They are even to the top. That was really just the only way I feel like I could. I'll just play around with it one more time. If we could get it out to this side. I feel like the layout's just not going to work then. The only way it would work is if I shifted this over like a half foundation. I just don't want to do that. Because then the glass would, like, it would be cutting through the glass. And there's no half ramp. So I feel like I just have to leave it that way. Yeah, the real estate agents have been pushing like hard on all sides. They're the ones trying to get everything moving because they just obviously want to get paid. Yeah, I'm inclined to just leave that. Although the only other thing I could think to do to maybe cover it up is you could just build into it if you don't mind clipping, which I do. But you do something like that, and then maybe a half foundation even just in this side. That would look weird, but if we just coat it all. Yeah. And that's what we tried initially, right? So. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work that way. Oh shit. Hang on. That's not good. I'll just have to quickly reply one more time. This is the final one, though, I promise. It'd be so crazy that I might have to purchase a storage unit to move all my stuff to move it back to the same fucking building. That would be the worst. This will suck. The whole point of moving up there was to make it so easy. My god, that's frustrating. I'll have to give a call to the sellers. Like, we know them personally because they were our neighbor. Basically, the solicitor on my side said, like, oh, actually, because you're on a rolling contract, they could evict you if they want. So it's like, oh shit, okay. And he was like, so what you need to do is basically you'd have to get a storage unit, move all your stuff to that, or see if you can move your stuff in upstairs before the deal is actually done, because they don't live there, they moved out, so it is just sitting there empty. I'm hoping like they would just agree to that. Yeah. If it doesn't come to that, the RNG gods are on my side. If it does come to that, having to use stay in a hotel or something, that means, yeah, that like defeated the whole purpose of doing this in a way. Or a lot of the big benefit of doing it this way. Alright, I'm just going to leave it like that, because I can't think of a good solution right now. Does leave the question of what do we do here? I guess just have a joint pillar in the middle. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, cool. So you just have to do another one of these. It'll be quicker now that I know what I'm doing. And then we'll build a wall. Oh yeah, pay to store it in there? That'd be interesting, even pay them for it. I'd maybe just ask if we could do it, rather than pay them to do it, but that would be an interesting middle ground. Because I guess we wouldn't have the key, right? So it's like, yeah, can we pay to keep our stuff up there? And then I'll stay in a hotel for 3 days. So nice that you can just copy those settings over now. Maybe I should make the window not arc here, so that it's just level then. I think that would probably look a bit better, because it obviously looks a bit strange that it's not matching the arc properly. I'm good. I'm actually in a pretty good mood, despite some of the earlier stuff we were talking about. But yeah, pretty good. And hey, Scott. I'm sorry for anyone else catching me for the first time live. Under strange circumstances. I won't go into it because we just went through it, but it's all good. Gamers Look ends today. 20 hours into your 1.0 live series, like meeting a celebrity. Ha, thank you. Thanks, John. This is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, cool. I want to make sure this is 10 as well. For some reason it's not showing me how many it is. There we go. 10. Yep. Alright, yeah. Nice. I almost think to be a little annoying that these should be raised now, because they're kind of raised on this side, if you know what I mean. Like, it's at the top here, but this will be at the middle. Does it matter? Not really. Okay. Get rid of this, and then the... We'll have to come out 1, 2, 3. That's as far as we go now. Did anyone see the Naughty Dog news? They're actually working on another project. Some are saying it's the Uncharted part. Yeah, I saw that news. I doubt it's Uncharted, personally, but it could be. The rumor is that a different studio is doing Uncharted. Maybe they took it back in-house, so that could be interesting if that's the case. Yeah, it's not unusual. I mean, when they were making Uncharted, they were making The Last of Us, and so it's not that unusual that they work on two separate things at the same time. I think it's always kind of expected that they're doing that. But working on two things doesn't mean they're both in production. One could just be like pre-production, like design, figuring things out, a prototype maybe. And most likely, whenever Intergalactic like gets out the door, then they ramp up production on the next thing. Like it's ready to go to like put all the team onto that. That would be more likely. This is the copper station. No, this is where bauxite feeds in. And coal. This is the aluminum factory. But yeah, I mean, if you like Uncharted, you like Naughty Dog, it's exciting stuff. I like Naughty Dog. I love their games. I wish it was the Uncharted series. Yeah, there's been a tease. I mean, spoiler for the very, very, very end post-credit scene of Uncharted 4. Okay, spoilers for about a minute. And now. So you play as Cassie Drake, his daughter, and, you know, they kind of sort of did that to, it seems, to set up for... She's, like, all interested in archaeology and adventuring and finding out more about what her parents did and stuff. So it's like, yeah, it seems like she'll be the next Uncharted protagonist, perhaps. Then Sony did an ad spot not that long ago, maybe a year and a half ago now. It's actually been a decent amount of time, where they showed like a blonde-haired female walking through caves with like a torch as part of its a sting of lots of their different games. And that was the only one where it's like, well, what game is that? And people were like, oh, that's obviously the new Uncharted game. And that's rumored to be being worked on. I can't remember what studio it's supposed to be that's doing it. It's like a studio, but they haven't been revealed yet, kind of thing. Like people know that people work there, but they don't have an official, like, they've never made a game before. So it's like, oh, they're the ones apparently doing it. I can't know the full information, but it is like a known project. They're working on something, this group anyway. They just don't have an official title yet. All hush hush for some reason. Anyway, yeah, so that's my knowledge of what the situation is with that franchise. But Uncharted is a brilliant game. Like, really great series. So, I welcome it coming back. I mean, is it going to be great without Nathan Drake? I don't know. It's kind of like Indiana Jones without Indiana or something. It's like, he's kind of the star of the show, you know? And if it's a different studio as well doing it, potentially, it's like, I don't know. It would be kind of difficult to capture that, I think, in some regards. But it could be great. It could be even better. Who knows? But it'd be super interesting if they took it back in-house. I just don't think they would. I think they kind of move on from franchises. Sort of like Crash Bandicoot, Jak and Daxter, Uncharted. Like, I just don't see them going back. I think they'll always make new stuff, but... That's deep. I didn't know that. Yeah, man, I know everything about PlayStation. I'm a PlayStation fanboy. Better for worse. This is looking all right now. This ceiling, looking all right. Little crosshatch. We'll get some lights on there maybe during nighttime. Be good. Right. We'll continue this out. Excuse me. So in a similar fashion, we get rid of this. Build these all the way down. Keep that height the same. Have you done the copper ingot stations yet? Yeah, I did one. We only need one. So there's one over there. It takes in copper, and these are the machines that are mixing the copper with the aluminum to make alclad and also casing. And they're all working. That was done on the previous stream, which was last week. So I said I would just do some cosmetics here at the start. Of course, we're nearly 2 hours in, and all I've done is build a ceiling. I can't believe I'm 2 hours in. I'm so sorry. That's actually kind of embarrassing. So let's try to get this done a bit quicker. Not that anybody really cares, but it shouldn't take that long. I got distracted by legal affairs. That probably only took up 30 minutes. Ooh, Factorio soundtrack came on. Thanks, Icon, by the way. Yeah, next one will be this weekend. Sunday, I think. I think it'll be worth the wait, hopefully. Oh yeah, this is different this time. Well, no, it isn't. Actually, no, it's not. That's good. I was worried that it might cause problems, but it's okay. The middle section is just different. We'll have to just raise the middle. Hoverpack is so slow. I'm tempted to leave it open. You know, that would look kind of nice. Like, have side stuff, but like leave it open at the front. Do this up a bit, make it look a bit better there. Right, so this just needs to be raised. Yeah, I think I'll raise the ones in the middle also. Not much happening with Manderlords. Is it dead? Yes, it's dead. We've all packed up. We've given up. We've taken the money and we've run. No, it's not dead. They're just working on stuff. The blog post that was posted a month ago now is kind of the latest information. We're just working on all that stuff, you know? Takes a lot to make AI cities work. To redo the entire progression, right? So the development tree is gone. It's going to be a whole new thing. So there's a lot that goes into that. All the new perks and policies. Castle building. Just takes a long time. And there's only like 10 people on it. Because I've often thought you could do smaller updates. It's like, okay, we could just like put it out now. Nothing would work as it stands right now. So that wouldn't be very good. Or we could have said like, because you can't just only do AI city buildings, like that's not ready either, and we're changing how progression works, so the AI would have to relearn everything. So it's like just all sort of interlinked and dependent on each other, and we're just making progress every day. Like I'm spending a lot of time on it lately, design wise anyway, which is fun, but it's difficult. We're just all trying to think of like the best things to do. It's not clear cut design where it's like, oh yeah, we know exactly all what we want to have in mind. We all agree. And we're just doing it. There's a lot of time spent just debating things every day. Like, things are being worked on in the background. Like, the AI guys like working on AI all the time. While the designers are like still debating certain things about how progression will work. Like, we generally know, but then there's things like, yeah, more nuanced specifics about certain mechanics. Like, there's one of the big arguments and things that we're involved in at the moment is how to make a sort of good system for synergies with buildings. So building X and Y activates like a bonus with both of them. And the reason that's necessary in certain regards is like a building called like to do with pollination, or a modifier to do with pollination. It's like, okay, we want to build like an apiary, and if you have apiaries near farms or orchards, you get an increased yield because of a bonus called pollination. So it's things like that that it might sound like, well, that sounds straightforward enough, but there's actually a lot to consider with it, and how we do proximity, and how we stop people from building big circles around one thing and like ruining the feel of the game, but also getting the gameplay of like having bonuses sort of stack and buildings work synergistically together. There's a really interesting proposal going forward yesterday from Greg himself, actually, and that was like really heavily debated, but today it seems like we might be moving away from it. We have another idea, and the other idea is actually mine this time. But again, I have to, this is just before the stream, I need to see what they've said about it, because it was kind of winning some discussions, and it's like you kind of poke and prod it. You're like, okay, but what if this happens then? You go, yep, this is the answer to that. Like, oh yeah. Okay, what if this happens then? And then you kind of like figure out like, oh, I didn't think of that actually. Like, this would be weird, or you have a solution to it. So need to see what they've all said about that. After I was done like typing out, I was like, I think I've got it. Like, I think this will work for what we're trying to do. There's a lot of stuff like that. But no, it's very much active. The next update will be really big. At least that'll be fun. It should keep people playing for a lot longer, I think. There'll be so much in it. I imagine it'll go into a beta for a long time though, before it even hits the full early access branch. Because there's so much of a change, like you'll need a lot of things to really test things out. A lot of people to test it out. We have internal testers in QA, and they're playing around with stuff. But every time we do that, once you put it out to like a wider audience who opt into the beta, it's just you immediately see things that they didn't catch or just that they didn't think of. But that's all I can say. Everything in that blog post really is the latest information. Looks like a Victorian train station. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, kind of. That is kind of what I was inspired by, like having those arcs. I've done it before. I'm sure lots of people have. Yeah, it's looking kind of good. Coming together. Took me really long to do it, but we're almost there. Almost done. Good to do a little bit of cosmetics each time I stream. Not in the way of anything, right? Please. Yes. Nailed it. Let me just get rid of the UIs just so you can see this is look like in here. Do you think along that line there we could have an orange beam going across it as well? Look kind of good. Excuse me, oh my god. Alright, let's get the back half done, do the other one, and then that'll be it. We'll move on to basically the tank production, start assigning some of the aluminum ingots to be made into tanks. Then we'll set up the drones that carries it down to the turbo fuel plant, which is just over there. We'll partition some rocket fuel to be made with the tanks, and then start distributing packaged rocket fuel around the world, I guess. And sinking excess. Do the developers get the game for free, or they also have to buy it? Which game? The Manor Lords? Oh, I don't know. Well, for free, I guess. So I bought it myself before it came out, and then I started working on the team later, right? So that, I mean, I was actually one of the first people to work on the game outside of Greg and his programmer. But other people that have come onto the team now, I don't know if they have the game or not, because we give them the build. So it's like you don't have it on Steam. You have the development environment. So you run it through Visual Studio or Unreal Engine. So you don't need the game. You just have the files. I'm planning on transporting the tanks via a drone. Drone will fly down and distribute the tanks down there. Because I don't know how many we're going to need per minute. I have to work that out. We'll do soon. Because I'm only skimming some rocket fuel off the top. And then we'll send the tanks down to that location. It's so close by, I just feel like you can fly them over real quickly. We'll have to give the drones some sort of fuel to get them to do their first journeys. But once they do, they fuel themselves then. Hey, Herlanga Izul. Long time no see, you're live. I am live. This is me. This is happening right now. Yeah, no, I stream at the moment twice a week. Usually Wednesdays and Thursdays. Last week it was Thursday, Friday. Today is Thursday and Friday as well. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be streaming from a storage unit, apparently. If they want to... Yeah, if they just want to play it like any other person on Steam, I mean, I'm sure they could ask for a code and they would be given one. But otherwise, probably just buy it. Like, obviously, if I didn't have the game and I said, hey, Greg, can I get a code for the game? I'm sure he could give me one. You generate codes on Steam for games. I think Hooded Horse are the publisher, so they would probably be the ones that would do that for him. And provide him with some keys. When I worked at Creative Assembly, I got a Sega Master Key. So I was given a key that you put into Steam, and it unlocks all Sega products forever, even future ones that come out. But you can deactivate it. They can deactivate it. So it's like you just have it's almost like your account is tagged as a Sega employee in a way. So anything that releases onto the Sega publisher, it just goes into your account, and anything that ever has. And they can deactivate it where you don't get anything in the future, but you keep everything you had before. So I have all these random Sega games in my library, like all these Sonic games from when I worked at Creative Assembly. Right, so we just need the pillar for this one. Yep. Oh man, alright. And then just this area to be done. That's sick. I wish I had that for COD. An Activision key. Yeah, Master Activision key would be pretty cool. Well, you can kind of get that by just having Game Pass, I suppose. Or that's the intention in the future. I guess not right now. Although it's not free. I suppose you have to pay for Game Pass. Are the drones the most fuel efficient way to transport goods due to being able to fly mostly in a straight line? No. Trains, I would say, are probably the most fuel efficient. Well, I don't know. It's a good question. Well, I mean, trains consume power. And they consume about 100 megawatts of power when they're running, I think. So you can actually look at the wiki and see how much millijoules of power I think you get out of any fuel type. And therefore, like, so you could say, like, how many megawatts of power do I get out of 100 turbo fuel? And it's probably like tens of thousands. So you could say, like, well, I could run a train then for this amount of time. Or I could run a drone for this amount of time. Now, a drone might, generally speaking, fly more directly, but a train, it's up to you how you get it there. But I think a train is probably the best, because when a train slows down, it actually gives you power. It has regenerative braking. So you'll gain power as it slows and lose power as it accelerates. So yeah, trains are probably like the most, like, if you're thinking purely on fuel consumption efficiency, but the odd thing there is a train, I suppose, just pulls from the grid, and the grid is a consistent consumption either way. It's not like the train will only use the fuel as it runs. So, but if you're just comparing a drone to a truck, well, I don't know the answer actually, but I would imagine the drone would win for fuel efficiency. So how many of those do we need? 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1. Like a little baby station. Did I do this right? So it's 2 4 meters and 4 2 meters. 4 2 meters, 2 4. Yep, okay. Love the ominous music of Factorio. It's so cool. You just feel like you're doing something wrong in that world. I'm confused with your save file from that update 8 and the one before that. Die at Spider Coast, the first series. Because the update 8 series is so short. Then you cut with 1.0. Yeah, it's super simple. Well, it's not that simple. I understand if you're not familiar with it. So we have update 7. Make this bigger. So update 7, yeah, video series, and it ran for 60 plus episodes. I called it, I think it was called Eden Prime, something like that. Okay, so that was that. Then update 8 came out. I called it Enlightenment. It was a video series, and I think it had about 20 episodes, something like that. But they were much bigger. So that's number 2. Then we have update 1.0, full release. And I streamed it. Can't remember how many there were, it doesn't really matter, but let's say about 50 as well, something like that, I don't know, something like that. This was called... I can't even remember. Pandora. And we did 38. So it's about 40 streams, let's say. So it was called Pandora. Completed the game with this one. Didn't complete it with the other ones, right? So there's that. Sorry, I'm trying to just move over to the left. There we go. Right, so Update 7, Eden Prime, video series 60 episodes. Update 8, Enlightenment, video series 20 episodes. Update 1.0, Pandora, streams. Did 40 streams, completed the game. After completing the game, I guess this is where it gets complicated. I made a new video series. Update 1.0. Oasis. Video series. So far, 10 episodes. Ongoing. Right, so that's still going. We'll highlight it in red to say it's active, right? Red is active. Okay, so these are the 4 things. Remember, this is over like 4 years, to be fair. It's not like I did this all this once. Next thing then. Update 8 to update 1.0 to now 1.1. So we're currently on 1.1. Enlightenment. Streams. 15 plus streams. And that's where we're at now. We're in here right now. So this became this. We went backwards. Okay, so that's where we're at. So update 7, Eden Prime, video series, 60 episodes. Update 8 comes out, I end that series. Update 8 comes out, new video series, 20 episodes. Building really big factories. Update 1.0 comes out then. That's how long it took to make just 20 videos. 1.0 comes out and I'm like, oh man, I'm going to stream it. So I started streaming it. We did 40 streams and I completed the game. Just as I was getting to the end, I made a video series in 1.0. Started in the desert. It's 10 episodes plus at the moment, and it's ongoing. Because the streams ended, I was like, okay, what should we do? People said, go back to your Update 8 world. Stream it, and build it, and make it even better. Or whatever. Or make it up to 1.1. So the red ones are the 2 active series right now. The Desert series. And here we are here in the Update 8 world. Now 1.1 experimental doing streams. So there's 2 separate playthroughs going on. That's it. But yeah, Pandora, it's still there. I mean, the playlists are there for you to watch or check any of that out. If you want it. That's the only time I've ever beaten the game. This one. So there you go. I might keep that so I can reference it or something. I do get that question because it isn't easy. I mean, I understand. There's like, it just seems like there's playlists and how do you follow anything and which update's the one that he's playing now. I get it. Hey, her weed whacker. Huh, funny name. Is that it? I think that's it. A crate. Where did all this come from? Oh, from deleting all the glass windows. Yeah. So much concrete from when I picked up all that concrete earlier. It's nice that they combine it all into one box now, instead of leaving loads of boxes everywhere. That's a good feature. This is a great feature. A good middle ground solution. I do edit them myself, Joe. Yeah, and thank you. Any advice for someone with 700 hours wanting to start a channel? I honestly don't really have much advice. I really don't know. I'm still figuring things out myself. I don't know. Because my way of doing things isn't really sustainable, so I couldn't really say, like, do what I do. My only advice would be consistent. That's your strongest thing you can do. Just be consistent. Whether it's 1 video a week or 5 videos a week. Just don't miss. I never do that. And that's why I don't do as well as I could. But if you do that, you'll do well. And speak eloquently. Or, not speak eloquently, but have good audio. So people can hear you clearly. You know, nobody wants to hear, like, nobody wants to do, like, these, like, muffled, tinny sounding. You don't have to get, like, the best microphone ever. Even a phone microphone is usually pretty good. But it just needs to be not picking up the sound of your keyboard and not, like, hearing the background noise. Like, you just need some sort of good audio. It actually does turn off people immediately when you don't have that. Those would be my 2 things of, like, just the most basic YouTuber advice is you need good audio, at least 1080p video, and consistency. Does the Pandora series didn't have any cosmetic or aesthetics? Seems so fast when you jump between... Yeah, there was no cosmetics. That's one of the reasons it was much quicker. Which is why I'm doing cosmetics in this one, because people ask me, like, oh yeah, if you're going to build big, like, let's actually take the time to make it look good too. So I do a little cosmetics at the beginning of each stream. Admittedly, that little bit always turns into 2 or 3 hours, and just to do 1 wall or something, but it does look good in the end. Or better, anyway. Like, this looks much better now, I think, already. And obviously there's loads still to do in the station itself that we'll leave. We'll do it some other time. But making incremental progress every time we're in this factory, I think, is a good thing to do. People will give the credit for good audio, but they'll definitely complain if it's bad. They just won't even watch. I mean, if you don't know the YouTuber, and you just go into a video, and it sounds like crap, you just don't watch it. I wonder why I was leaving crates. It's because I'm not taking from my own inventory. Now we will, though. That'll be better. We'll have a wall breaking these 2 areas up somewhat. Not sure what I'm going to do with that bit, though. We'll figure that out some other time. It's a problem for future Darren. Let's just finish this bit, cut down these trees, and that'll be it then. You spend as much time editing the videos as you do playing the game? No. I spend way more time playing the game. Not recording it, but playing it to figure things out. I spend the most amount of time for me goes into the planning of a series and a video. The editing does take me like a full day, but the planning takes me like 2 or 3 sometimes. And then the recording, it just takes a few hours. Like, it might be like 5 or 6 hours. So the way I basically do it, like for instance, I'm working on this aluminum factory. It's going to be the next video. If we were to have like a desert test environment, I guess the timings aren't really correct, but if we have a look here at 4:50 p.m. By the time I was done with it, it was 7:30 p.m. and I'm like pretty happy with the layout. But then I've also spent a bunch of time that's just not tracked anywhere, where I'll go into a save and like design blueprints and save them, and then you load back to where you were. You don't have to like save it after. You don't have to save the game. You save the blueprint, right? So there's like a lot of missing time there. And the biggest tell is usually just like on Steam. I've got 2,100 hours. Almost all my game time is in service of videos or streams. So if I was to look at and weigh up all the videos and streams I have and take that time away from this, you can see how much extra time then goes in, I suppose. So it's probably like I've got 250 or 300 hours of Satisfactory content on YouTube. So you could say I spend 10 times longer not showing you things and doing things in the game. And then the editing is probably like, I'd say for every hour of Satisfactory that you see on screen, it takes about 5 to get it. Maybe 6. But that's a horrible inefficiency. No one else operates that way. For good reason. Not really sustainable. It takes too long for videos to come out and you just lose people then. But I'm frankly just not that good at the game, so I have to spend a lot of time planning. Otherwise you could just otherwise you just see what you see on the streams. This is me not planning and just figuring things out as I go. And these don't view nearly as well, obviously, as a video. And that's why they're really long and not much happens beat to beat. I mean, I enjoy the streams, obviously, and it's great to hang out with people and see how things are done, but if I just broke this up into 6 videos and made that the series, like, it would not do as well, right, as the video series. It looks awesome when the trees fall down. Yeah, it's cool that yeah, I like that a lot too. This would need to be moved over. Alright, last one down at the end, and then that's it for a while. Yeah, I actually had someone approach me who asked to be an editor recently. I didn't reply to them, actually. Kind of felt bad. I'm sorry if you're watching now, but what they sent me just wasn't very good. I didn't think it was very good. Or at least not as high quality as I would need it to be. I needed someone who's an editor better than me. And they weren't. I didn't reply because I was actually just super busy at the time. I actually like this here where there's no gap in the middle. Or there's no cut through in the middle. That looks kind of cool. I could do that over here too, maybe. So you just cut that middle bit and that middle bit, maybe. I know it's like less structurally sound, maybe this way. But something about it I thought was kind of neat. Is that better? Yeah, I think it is, but maybe if you guys oppose, I'll just put it back. No big deal. Like that. Yeah, maybe it looks better on the narrow version only. Have you ever thought about going outside your comfort zone and building modular factories? I don't. People keep saying this to me. I don't really know what that term means. What's a modular factory? Because I've built big mega factories and I've built smaller sub factories, and I thought that's what a modular factory is. Smaller sub factories. Because I have done that. That's what my desert series is now, right? There are lots of smaller factories connected via roads and stuff. Unless it means something else. In my Update 7 series, every factory was really small in that. That was one of my first times playing the game. I feel like modular factories is you can fit within the blueprint, so you can place them down repeatedly. Oh right, so the whole thing operates in one blueprint. You just copy that over. How do you get your train line so neat? Well, in 1.1, it's quite easy. You can, so I'm playing the 1.1 experimental version, and you can actually just rotate them on the spot. So, They just kind of, I don't know, they're just kind of neat that way. So for me, and then it's just applying a rule. So once I did one of these turns, I was like, okay, you know, what's the distance? I didn't work it out before, and I was just like, okay, what distance is this? This is good. And it's like, oh, it's 3 foundations. So it's like, okay, cool. So I go from here to there, it's 3 foundations. And then I just connect it to the same spot as these ones. So as long as you just follow the same pattern, it becomes symmetrical and looks good at a distance. I think, anyway. That might be how. All right, let's just extend this out. Yeah, whatever do factories that you can like cram into an entire blueprint and then you build those over and over. I do like the idea that people have been talking about, and I've been thinking about it myself, which is, you know, you've got a refinery plus an assembler plus a constructor all in one blueprint, or the, you know, a closed space, and you're copying that over and over and over again. That's kind of cool to me. I've got no problem with that, rather than the idea, because I'm getting a bit tired of doing things like this, and I've been doing it a lot, where it's just rows of refineries, and then another section of the factory is rows of smelters, and another section is rows of constructors. It's like, that is good and helpful for organization, but it's like, well, maybe a smarter build would be to be like, well, how many of these do you need for one of these? So then you just group it next to each other. So yeah, I am considering that and trying to figure that out. I was trying to do it for my aluminum factory in the desert series, but it probably still will be rows of machines that are separated, to be honest, but I am thinking about it. No, the background music is from Factorio, actually, and earlier it was from Surviving Mars. Not really a fan of the Satisfactory soundtrack. Personally, I think it's fine, but just fine. Like the only thing I don't like about the game, actually. Alright, so I'll need to figure out walls. The walls are probably going to look more like this. But I won't. We've spent a lot of time on cosmetics now, so I'll probably just leave it, and we'll get back to that later. Next time I come back to do cosmetics, we'll do more. Let's clear some trees and fill in some gaps, and then we'll be done with it. Oh my god. Do not blaspheme. Yeah, a lot of people do like the music, so it is just kind of me who doesn't. Half foundation, I guess. What did we think with the gap here? Fill it or not? Seems like you're good at planning ahead. It would seem that way. Most likely because I spend a really long time planning off camera. But thank you. Did it take a while to find an audience when you started YouTube? I've been doing it full time for almost 10 years. And I'm still trying to find my audience. So yes. Looks fine, leave it. I'll leave it then. I don't know. Here, my other piece of advice is generally stick with one game. If you're good at the game, just stick with that game. You start adding other games. Like, for instance, you know, I've been popular for all sorts of random games, but then if I switch game, I lose those people. I started as a Total War YouTuber. I used to get hundreds of thousands of views on Total War content, and then I just kind of didn't want to play that game anymore. So I kind of moved to Stellaris. And I got hundreds of thousands of views on Stellaris, and slightly less on Imperator Rome. I was kind of pivoting to more Paradox-style strategy games. Then I decided to... Then I started doing a Let's Play for... And I had Let's Plays in Stellaris and stuff, and they did really, really great. And then I did a Let's Play for Anno 1800, city building game. And I just loved it. It was just such a great game. And I lost all my Stellaris followers, and I gained a bunch of people for Anno. Then I did a Let's Play for Satisfactory. And I gained kind of the same amount, actually, I had for Anno. But I stuck with Satisfactory a bit longer, overall. Well, actually, I did 100 plus videos for Anno. But I stuck with the more creative aspects of Satisfactory, I guess, longer. And all these times, like, you lose people all the way, right? I've got 100 and whatever, I don't even know how many, 150,000 subscribers? But I've got, like, 60,000 returning viewers, it says. So, half of them are gone. Some of them might be there from older series. Others moved on when I moved off their game. My advice is generally stick with the game if you can. You'll do much better that way. It's easier to grow if you stick with one thing. And there's almost like a positive feedback loop if you do. Is there anything in these? But I just can't do that. I just play other things. It's so funny, like, you can just see the, quote, damage I did to my channel by swapping. I used to get, like, I've literally over 1 million views in Anno videos. In multiple. And I didn't cover Anno then for, like, a year. And then Anno 1.1.7 just gets announced and I cover it. And I probably have the lowest views out of all the YouTubers that covered it. When I used to have the most. Just, it is what it is. You gotta, like, just keep up consistency with the same thing. Or at least the same topic. And why is this cutaway? It just never was built. So yeah, as long as you can keep up. If I kept consistent with all of them, I'm sure I could have grown them all together or something. But I couldn't. I can only do one at a time because they're all such demanding games for time. Same as City Skylines, all those games. And you can bet, like, I'm eyeing up games like Roadcraft thinking like, man, I'd love to play that. But it's just another time sink. Yeah, if you've got a really strong personality, you can carry people from game to game. It doesn't matter what the game is. Like, let's game it out. People watch whatever he plays because he's interesting in what he does to the game that he plays. It's like Spiffing Brit. It's like, oh yeah, you're breaking the game, but you can break any game. I'll watch you break any game. It's fun. I'm watching for him. I don't watch him, but, you know, I'm using the example of, like, you watch for him and how he does things. Generally, people watch me for, like, seeing Satisfactory being done relatively well and planning things out. I've often found that a lot of people say, like, oh, I just watch until, like, I figure out how to play the game, and then I kind of just move on anyway. I see that, like, a lot. It comes up on Reddit, and I see it. It's not directed at me, but they're like, oh yeah, he's really great. I stopped watching after like episode 6 or 7 because I just knew what to do then. It's like, oh, okay. And that's why it naturally, like, falls off a bit. So I don't have answers on how to keep people for more than, like, you know, a while. Make good videos and people will come. Stay consistent at it and they'll stay, I guess, probably. Hey, Admiral Pizza. Thank you. That's very kind. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, the best thing is having people that cross over and watch multiple things. And I don't blame anyone either. It's like, I do the same thing. I watch certain YouTubers, and when they play a different game, I'm like, I just don't really care. Because I know them for the game that I like, and I want to see them play that game. Because they're interesting with it. And it's like, sometimes it's like, you could be interested with this other game. I just don't really care about that game. In a different genre, or I just don't play it, whatever the case might be. So I get it. Oh, perfect. Love it. Alright, this will be the last thing I do here, and then we are out of here for a while. If we've got time at the end, I might come back and do more. Yeah, I think that's kind of neat. Nothing crazy, but I like the addition. It's only needed in that middle part, right? Yeah. Yeah, I would like the wall pattern to be a bit different than this if I could. I don't want it to be all windows all the time. But I don't know. I don't know what else it could be. Because I just don't want, like, every ounce of light and shadow being cast in here. There's already a lot with this up on top. You get a lot of, like, shadows and stuff on the ground because of it. And it'd be kind of almost hard to focus on anything. It makes it, like, kind of not clean in some ways. So if you can, like, kind of box in the walls, then it would have a nicer effect of just being the top layers that look that way. But we'll get to that at some point in the future. Alright, we'll say that that's cosmetics done then for now. Still a lot to do. Cosmetics down here, the different hypertube entrances, some lights and stuff, and downstairs. But it's getting there. Starting to come together. Looks quite good now. Cool. Alright. Alright, so next thing on the to-do is to organize the aluminum ingots. So what I mean by that is basically figuring out how much we need to make into tanks. I mean, I could dedicate an entire row making tanks. Fluid tanks, that is. But at the moment, I can just basically explain what we've got. So, every group of refineries is broken into 2 subgroups. Subcategories. Yeah, just call them subgroups, I guess, right? So we have A, B, C, D, E, and F, right? This is F group. It's broken into 2 to illustrate the top layer of smelters and the bottom layer of smelters. Right? They're all taking in scrap, and they're throwing out ingots. We have it written down in our Mila note. The ingots on the bottom row goes into these 2 rows of assemblers. The ingots on the top row go into these 2. So these are all making aluminum alclad. And I'm seeing a yellow light at the end. Oh, actually, that's on purpose. Those are just turned off permanently, because we overbuilt by 1 machine. So they're just off. I did say, actually, in the previous stream that I might just delete those. Don't like seeing the yellow light. It always trips me up, thinking that something's not running correctly. But by the looks of things, things are running correctly. This is the last machine, so it seems to be fine. The next row over is this one. So we have another alclad setup here. The exact same as one of these groups, but on the bottom. And then this one is taking in the exact same amount of ingots as this does, but it makes casing. It just needs that much more ingots. It's 87.5 per machine. Whereas this one is like only like, what, 19? So you just need far fewer machines. But it takes in the exact same amount overall. And then it's buttressed with copper ingots to then make its casing. So casing, all this stuff is just temporarily rolling into awesome sinks, because we just want to keep things running, and it doesn't have anywhere else to go right now. And then we have our station. This is our copper importer, right? So we could also do a little dome over this, perhaps, in the future. Keep it separate or something, depending how we want it to look. We'll also need a station that sends stuff out. I know that the plan for me was some of this copper is going to go maybe here and get made into steamed sheets, copper steamed sheets. So you just use water and copper, and you get, for every 1 ingot, you get 1 copper sheet out. So it's a good recipe for that. Now, other than that, we have this row of smelters. So D, C, B, and A have not been assigned. They're not doing anything. Their ingots are just rolling into awesome sinks, and we can choose what we want to do with them. Remember as well, all of this could be ramped up speed-wise, clock speed-wise, a little stronger than it is now once we get the 1200 per minute belt speed. So we don't have that right now. Not for a while, but eventually we can come back here and like literally just like adjust the settings of these machines, and they'll all be ramping up and pumping out more aluminum ingots. Now, because this cliff rock thing was in the way, this group is shortened. It's not shortened like literally in length, it's just been pushed in closer to the other ones. So there's no room for assemblers here, and there's no room for assemblers here. So I kind of thought that these ones could just use their ingots and go somewhere else, onto their own rail line or whatever, maybe ship the ingots to another factory in the future, because some recipes have a use for ingots on their own. Don't need to mix them with copper, you don't need to press them into alclad or anything else, you just want the ingot. I'm not even sure what they are exactly off the top of my head. This is the use for them. They could be made into steel, rods, fluid tanks, and then we don't have these 2, but I'm certain there's like heavy modular frames or something like that there. We can look online in a minute. So I kind of want to leave those, but there is room here obviously then for more assemblers to maybe mix with more copper, depending on what we do. So that's kind of reserved. So I'd say D, E, are reserved. A and B, reserved for copper. A and B are sort of free. So we could also send it up to a layer above and have a layer of constructors above these machines. Why not? You know, there's no limit to the height that we want to go to here. So the constructors could be right above here, and we can make the fluid tanks from them. That's kind of what I was planning to do somewhere down here, is up above, make fluid tanks, pump them out to the side, and then send it into a drone depot. But I think we'll just have way too many to warrant using an entire row. So if I have a look at the ingots, tanks at the moment, 60 per minute would make 60 per minute. So we have 19.5 times 18 machines. So we'd be able to make 351 tanks per minute. And then even more, it eventually will become 517.5. Would we ever need that much? Seems like a lot. I don't know though. Maybe that's a good amount to have in the world. Like always just have, you've got 517 aluminum tanks to do, what's the other gases that can go in there? Let's have a look online. That was a lot of word salad before I wanted to read more chat. Sometimes I just want to get my thoughts out. So I agree, Joe. Joe, if you feel like, I don't know if you're still there, but if you've got like you feel like you've got a strong-ish personality and you can juggle multiple games, I'd say go for it. It's just definitely harder to grow, especially initially. What a lot of YouTubers will do is they'll start with one game, build up a following, and then slowly introduce another game alongside it and see if they can juggle the second audience. That's the best approach. Even like biggest channels you can think of, like Skill Up, these big variety channels, they started on one thing. Even Total Biscuit back in the day, like he was StarCraft, World of Warcraft, and then he started adding a few other things. Then he started doing reviews. Then he found people would come to him for his opinions on anything. It's getting to that point that can be a bit difficult though. Hello. Yeah, have you seen the emails by the way? Okay. Box, cat in a box. Rex loves to be kissed. Mind. Loves it. Or he doesn't mind. He's very chill. And Val3B, thank you for saying you like my videos a lot. Schizophrenic Ninja Gaming, what do you prefer, modular or giga? If I had to pick one or the other, well, this is why I was conflating. There seems to be different terminology. Modular, I would assume, is small factories connecting to each other. I like that for the first half of the game, but then once you start building up enough power and stuff, then I start building like larger and larger factories. It depends though. When I did the playthrough where I actually beat the game, it was all modular factories, so that might be the easiest way to progress. I love the way that floor looks. Yeah, so there's a little tip, by the way. Blow your minds, maybe. We'll see. About how to get better graphics in Satisfactory that I never knew about. Let's just save it here for a minute. Is there a better way to mass configure machines than just Control V? No, you'll have to go to each one and yeah, paste. Biff is mainly on City Skylines. Yeah, you'll see that with like City Planner plays. It's like City Skylines, City Skylines, City Skylines, builds up to nearly like 1 million subs. I don't know how big he is actually, but something like that probably. And then slowly you'll see like, hey, here's this other city builder, and it does really well. And he does it every now and then, but he's still staying with city builders, right? And he is City Planner plays, it makes sense. But maybe you could see him one day being like, just whatever's like adjacent to that. Anno almost is a good branching off point to a city builder that's also like a logistics game. And then maybe he could do something that's like a logistics game, like a Transport Fever. And it's like, this is less about city building now, more about transport. And I bet his audience would love that kind of thing, actually. So you can see how you can get away from certain games if you want. And because you shouldn't just tie yourself to one thing. Because if the game doesn't have as big an audience in the future, you'll eventually just fade away. You need to stay somewhat agile. So I'm just going to exit the game totally. And then we'll go back in, and I'll show you how to get reflections looking like really good. This was prompted by a Reddit post just recently. I can't remember, someone posted and they said like, my game has a lot of blurring, and I turned on global illumination and it's all like real shimmery and blurry. And people were providing all sorts of different suggestions. And one or two people actually provided 2 separate console commands that I didn't know about that make reflections look a little bit better. And so I tried them and I was like, dude, this looked great. And I responded as well. There was another thing that wasn't mentioned. And I was like, you could try this also. So all of these combined, I feel like give you like a really good looking game. Have you seen Captains of Industry? Yeah, I'd really like to play that. If I had some more time, I totally would. And Transport Fever 3 just got announced, and that looks pretty cool too. It kind of just looks like Captains of Industry, actually. Yeah, I like City Planner plays a lot. He's cool. Do you have to write that console command? Yeah, so I was looking into this. You do. Because you can actually write it into your engine.ini file. And a lot of people recommend doing this. But it resets. So I don't really get why people suggest that. Maybe it's not supposed to reset it, but that does reset. You can apparently do this. You could write the console command to your engine.ini file. So you just add the same lines in there, basically. And then if you say that the file is read-only, then the game is not allowed to make any changes to it. That would mean, though, that your settings wouldn't save when you were actually saving, or if the game updated and they made some change to it, it wouldn't update. So you'd have to remember that you've made that alteration. But that would be a way to keep it. So you right-click it on Windows, you say, make this a read-only file, and you just make your changes to it, and then the game's forbidden from doing anything to it, so it wouldn't reset anymore. That's a way of doing it. But it's a little risky, right? Because you might miss an update, you might forget you've done that. Right, so I'm just going to head over... Actually, we'll go over to this factory, because it's the one that has, like, loads of reflective things inside. Ideally, you won't be changing your video settings. It's not just video settings. And I know you said, yeah, but you're right. It's the engine settings. So if the developers change something, you won't get it. Right, so these settings are actually pretty good, what I've got right now. It's fairly realistic looking. Looks pretty good. Like, so keep an eye on everything, right? Everything you see on the ceiling, how the floor looks at the moment. Alright, so I'll try to just stand roughly here so I don't get hit by a car. Make some of these changes. So the first one that I adjust is pool.light.lightshaft.count.0. You won't really notice anything with that. What that actually does is it affects these. So you don't have the light shafts coming off of them. I'll just set it back for a second. Kind of probably going to be difficult to see. I can't see them at all right now, but that's what that does. It removes that. Maybe it's set to a higher value, but I'll just keep it back at 0. So normally what you see these like cones coming off of them. So that gets rid of that. That's just one thing to make the lighting a bit more soft. Alright, so next one. Global distance field, min mesh. Yeah, so whatever this one is, this helps the radius of certain things. So where could I best illustrate this? Get a sign. Go upstairs for this one, actually. Right, so we put down one of these signs that has like a bright light. Okay. Now, when I'm standing here, that light, I can't see it. Yeah. I'm standing here, it brightens up. It's like it almost activates. It's like it's motion controlled, but obviously it's just when I see the light, the game does the reflection. But if you activate this setting, we get it when I'm not there. So we get like almost more permanent dynamic lights. That's pretty good. That one I've actually, those first two I've had active in my series like all the time. I always activate them. So the next one then, we'll head back downstairs. You can actually probably see, it might be difficult to see in the stream, but it's a lot of blurring on this. Like really pixely. Can I even zoom in maybe? Did you see the graininess of it? Very grainy. And it's moving. I'm not moving and it's moving. Let's see if we can figure that one out. Next. So there's two things for this. Number one is the lumen reflection smooth bias, which is set really low. And if you set it to 1, the range is from 0 to 1. You can set it anywhere in between. If you set it to 1, you get a basic mirror quality reflection. If you set it to about 0.8, you'll get pretty reflective, but not like ultra. So where you set it is kind of up to you. Well, now we have a much more glossy polished concrete, and we've removed much of the flickering. The same is now true for the ceiling, right? Because the ceiling was also polished concrete, so we have this very polished effect to things. Very glossy indeed. That looks good. But depends on your threshold. You could lower it down if you want it to be a little bit matted. It's up to you. The next one then is the max frames accumulated 24 for reflections. This is how many frames I think it refreshes. It's like, are you refreshing every like 60 frames a second, the reflections, or is it only every, you know, it's a performance hit thing. So I've set it to 24, and it's a hard thing to actually notice, but if I did it the other way around and I didn't adjust that pixelated dithering that was happening, when you set that number to 24, the refresh rate is much higher, and you don't notice the shimmering as much. Basically, it kind of reduces the shimmering, and then doing the smooth bias kind of almost eliminates it altogether. That's the same with this one. Those two work together, and I think that's basically it. Oh, there's one called Radiance Cache, but I'm not fully sure what that does. It says whether to reuse Lumen's Screen Probe Gather Radiance Cache when it's available. When enabled, reflection rays from rough surfaces are shortened, and distant lighting comes from interpolating from the Radiance Cache, speeding up traces. I don't really know. I couldn't really see much of a difference, but people were saying you just activate it, put it on 1. I've also noticed no performance hit to any of this stuff, so I'm like, yeah, I'm good. But I've got a good GPU. I've got an RTX 3090. Not the best, but pretty good. And I noticed for the most part that my issue with Satisfactory's frame rate is CPU bound, not GPU. I've got room on the GPU to do more things, and I would assume these are GPU intensive. So that's how you get Satisfactory looking a little bit better. And we get those nice reflective qualities. But I do have to enter it every time. However, it does remember it down here. So I just like open this up, hit enter, hit enter, hit enter. And I normally play the game for like 4 or 5 hours at a time, so it's not really a problem. See you later, Tim. Alright, head back. Yeah, I'm not a hardware guy, so I really don't know what the impact on performance is. All I can say is I haven't dipped. But I have locked the game to 60, so either way, I'm still at 60. At least in that world. In this world, this factories and everything are much bigger. My frame rate's not as good. Can you solve real industrial problems with satisfactory knowledge? Probably not. But it can probably help you think more mathematically and problem solving generally. I think if you're a good programmer, you have better problem solving skills, at least for problems that are like logic orientated. Sometimes there can actually be a problem when you become overly analytical and look at everything like a logic problem, because not everything is. People will apply facts and logic to issues that can be a little bit more, that might warrant a more human touch. And so, you know, you just gotta strike that balance, I guess. Because you don't want to be a robot. I don't have a link to these settings. I only did this yesterday, so I'll probably mention it in my next video and just publish it, like the console commands in the whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, just so everyone has it always. They need to get it. Rightio. By the way, I found that when you do the chrome pipes now, like they are super shiny. So they look really good. And then even like the refineries have like bits of metal on them that I never really realized reflect properly, but when I increased that smooth bias thing, I was like, damn, it really popped. So yeah, that's how we have that lovely like floor. The thing I don't get is like I can see the reflections there like super clear, even though I can't see the lights. But I don't get that on these. But you do if you look at the light. See, I want to get that look at the windows. I want to get that on the windows when I'm not looking at the lights. Because I have it for the ground now. It's like I'm so close. Because it wasn't like that for the ground until we added those settings. So it's like, oh, we're almost there. Which makes me think it is doable. Especially since we saw that these lights can work even when I'm around the corner. Look at the bounce lighting. I don't see the lights. They're not in my view. They're blocked. And they're facing the same direction as me, and yet I'm seeing light bounce off that back at me. Great. Love it. We're so close. Anyway. Right, so organizing aluminum. Yeah, so I didn't see what people said, but do you think 517.5 tanks is too much? That we were going to look that up on the wiki. The wiki. Let me just type in tank. Empty fluid tank. See what gets used in it. So, nitric acid, ionized fuel, nitrogen gas, and rocket fuel. So we are going to be packaging rocket fuel. I don't know how much, though. I guess we'll have to find that out. That's the number I'm kind of missing. And then I'll know if we should use the whole line or not. Because we might want to do ionized fuel in the future or something. Hello, Abby. You don't mind me just saying Abby? Rishi? I use about 980 per minute in my world. But I also recycle them. Well, that's not using them then, is it? How much do you actually use? Oh, you recycle them as in you feed them back into the same system? Yeah. That's interesting. I thought you meant you throw them into an awesome sink, sorry. So, we can really skim as much rocket fuel as we want. Oh, I didn't actually look at this place since doing those settings. I'll just copy this for a second. 10.42. I'm gonna write that down. Basically, these are clocked really weirdly at the moment because I knew that we're going to be skimming some of this off the top. So we're making an unusual amount. It's 10.42 per machine, and these are making 92592. I have a document actually that tells me how much all this makes anyway. I just wanted to quickly gauge it. 3, 6, 9, 12. So 12. Right, so we make 1,111.104. So we then take that number and say divided by 10.42. We could run 106 generators. So I think I was saying, like, why don't we just run 100 generators? And we'll take the extra... It'd be 6.63. So we basically have 70 rocket fuel. That's quite... It seems a bit low, though, maybe. I don't know how much we need for drones. 70? That does seem low. Now, I'm going to be building another power plant not too long in the future because we're getting close to this one maxing out anyway. So we could potentially partition more of this to go into rocket fuel for drones and use the other factory, which will presumably have way more power. Which I was thinking of doing ionized fuel to just for something different. That takes rocket fuel. Right. Ooh, you mix power shards in? I had no idea. Okay, so that's not happening for a long time then. Probably just have to make another rocket fuel factory. Or a nuclear factory, maybe. Yeah, I could do nuclear. Try to get fixonium eventually out of it. Yeah, it seems weird, because that would be such a small amount. It'd be basically just 2 packagers. Not that we need loads, but it does seem like not that much. Actually, it'd be 1 packager. You compress it. Alright then, let me just figure this out a bit more. So how much power do I have right now? My capacity is 72,000. Max consumption of the world is about 60,000 right now, and we're actually using 40. Okay. Hmm. 72,000. We could take a bit more than that then. So 10.42. $833. I've got 106 generators right now. What are they making? Basically making about 62,000 megawatts out of this place. I'm thinking we'd lower it down to 50,000. Take the excess as rocket fuel for drones. Let's say 55,000 maybe. If I do 5, that's what they run. So 88 generators. How many groups do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 22, isn't it? 22 generators per line, so 11 per line running at 100%. So it would be 22 times 10.42. So each one would take 229.24 rocket fuel. That's what they would consume. 229.42. So now I just need to say how much of that do we actually make here? 92.592. 370. So now that maybe we can get even more. That's how much we would package per line. So we'd have 140 per line. And there's 4 lines. So it would be 563 rocket fuel. That can't be right. That seems way too high. Maybe my math is off. Why not just make more rocket fuel so the drones don't impact? Because that's a huge effort. Plus, this place was designed... I made more on purpose already, knowing I'll just like... These were meant to run at 250%. Like, they were always meant to run that way. But I clocked them to this weirdly specific number because we had too much. I know it feels bad seeing your line go down, but that was a temporary line. It's like I just did it out of order. I was like, I'm going to make more while I'm doing this factory, knowing I'll use it for drones. Now I'm just trying to find like a good ratio of how much should I skim back off the top. The amount I was going to skim off the top was 111. Now I'm working something out where it seems like I could get much more than that. Okay, if this place was to make 60,000 megawatts... Sorry, just waiting for the autosave. 60,000 megawatts. It'd be 96 generators. 96 generators divided by the 4 groups, it'd be 24 per group. That might be a bit better. It's kind of meeting in the middle here. Check math. Yeah, it's definitely wrong, so I'm just working this out now. So I'm aiming for 60,000 megawatts. Each generator could do 625. That'd be whatever number that was. Divided by 4 groups means 24 generators. Okay. So cool. 24 generators times the 10.42 they consume means 250 for each line. We make 370 per line. That would leave me 120 left over per line. Did I definitely add this up right? I mean, yeah. This seems weird. This seems like this place should be making more than whatever it is making right now. You don't make 370? Is that what I added up wrong? I make 92.592 times 4. 92.594. I do. Oh, there's 3. Ah, that's it. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you. I was like, how could that be? There's 3 blenders. I thought there was 4. So it's actually 277.776. Yeah, thanks. I knew something wasn't adding up, so thank you, Brian. Okay, so I know what I make per line now. So 277.776. Cool. So a minute ago I just said what? I can't undo now. I said 24 times 10.42. That would leave me very little. It'd be 22 per line. So yeah, not going to do that then. Okay, we'll aim back at that number I said before, which was 50,000, just to see. So 50,000 megawatts divided by 625 per machine, that gives us 80. So that's just 50,000, yeah. 80, so that's 20 per line. So 20 times 10.42 will be consuming 208 per line. It's 4 lines. That would give us 69 or about 70 rocket fuel per line. So 7, 14, 21, 20. So 280. That seems like a much more reasonable number. So we're going to go down to... This place will just run at 50,000 megawatts. That's fine. It means 10 generators on the left, 10 on the right for every line. And the excess rocket fuel we have is roughly just under 70 per line. And we'll then package that all up. Yeah. Cool. Now, gases don't really work this way, I don't think. But I was hoping to get... The way I was going to do it, if it was a liquid, you know, we just have this. And then the overflow lines go out that way. Hopefully that works. They're all going to connect to each other. I don't know if that's going to work. So you do this, up and over, right? If it was a liquid, that would only be the extra bit that rolls over the top. And that'd be perfect. We'd have an overflow line. I don't know. Does that work with gas? I guess we'll find out, because that's what I'm going to do. Alright, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. We have the plan in mind. We do also need to build a drone station down here. So I know we're going to grab group A. Whoops. At the Organization of Aluminum. It's 517 bottles. So rocket fuel, packaged rocket fuel. It's 2-to-1 ratio, isn't it? Yeah, we really need very little then. 280. So we're looking at about 3 packagers. 6, 12, 18. About 180 tanks. We could just take the top line of tanks then. 517. It's still more than we'll ever need. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just do that. And if we find a use for the other 300 tanks, we'll use them. Yeah, in this, so this was an update 8 world originally. It was making turbo fuel, and we repurposed it to make rocket fuel. I'd never done it before, so it wasn't, I didn't think it was too bad. I don't think I struggled with it too much. We did it on stream. Working with an existing factory helped, obviously, so that was good. I mean, it just meant adding in these blenders. That was all that was different. We just added in blenders and then rebalanced the numbers of what was there already. It just meant making nitric acid. Getting that was a bit of a pain. So we had to build a big gas line that came in here, and then we've blenders making the nitric acid, and that comes out this way, and it gets divided between all the groups. Yeah, it worked out. All right, I'm just going to the bathroom, and then we'll continue. Yeah, we could try to limit what's going to power generation. You could put a valve on it. Valves are just a little unreliable, though. I mean, things would naturally overflow. I'm just wondering if they would... I mean, it would all balance out, I think. It would gas kind of works it out for you. It would just balance out. We don't need valves or anything. If some of it initially splits and tries to go into the packager will eventually just get backed up, and the rest will go to the fuel lines. The only thing I'd worry about, I suppose, is trying to connect... If I had all of these lines connect together, like their overflow lines, if the gas would then get blocked up here. That would be my only concern, because it's like trying to do it. Maybe it's trying to all go down one pipeline or something. There's certainly a valve preventing it backflowing would be good. Oh, we already have that. Oh, then there's no problem. All right, I'll be back in just a sec. Just going to the bathroom. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting. Package them down at the end, because there is a gap at the end. Those are deactivated on purpose, right? So we'll be cutting even more of those away. Yeah, you're not wrong. The line could just continue all the way down. Go into a packager each. And up above, we could do the drones delivering down the aluminum. That could work. Think about it. That's a good idea. Back in a sec.
Yeah, something about me always just wanted to do it here because I had that space left for it, but I guess it makes more sense to do it at the end of the line, I guess. Because you want the generators to get everything first. And there's nothing over there anyway, so sure. Alright, let's do that then. How do I... it's difficult. How do I do this first? Tank production. I guess, yeah, we'll do tank production first. Let's get that going. Then we need drone ports that are roughly over there. And, yeah, send the tanks over that way. We'll manually deliver the first group. And then the drones will fly themselves afterwards. That's looking kind of cool now, this building, actually. Shout out to this building. Still have to do the cosmetics for water and stuff, but oh well. Getting there. Bit by bit. Right, so this can have 517.5, and I think it said 60 goes into tanks, so we need 8.625 constructors. Just double check that for sure. Yep. We don't have that many right now, but we will eventually, so... 8... What was it? 5 divided by... 8.625 constructors. Okay, so if we built 9... Clock speed is 95.8333. And I think, yeah, I'll just build these on top of each other. The wall should go down first, right? So 1, 2, 3. And I guess we'll blueprint it. Just make them fresh. So 3, 3, and 3. So just 3 together. Alright, so we take that number, that's our clock speed, pop it in here, bonk, here. And yeah, manifold's fine. Fine by that. Fine with that. Oop. Oh yeah, these are even shiny now. That's cool. Everything looks so much better. The reflections. I just realized something. They'll probably be facing the other direction actually, because it's gonna be coming right up from here. Yeah. the orientation the exact same so I don't get confused. So, what are your thoughts on using a manifold over a load balancer, even if the manifold will never realistically reach full efficiency? I don't understand the question. A manifold... The manifold's incorrect if it's not reaching full efficiency. These are all manifolds. They all reach 100%. I wouldn't use it if it didn't reach 100%. That's... So I don't really understand the question. Like, should you use a manifold? Yes. Only if you'll get it to 100%. If it's not reaching 100%, your load balancer isn't reaching 100%. I'm a bit unsure about that. The only thing that struggles with manifolds to get to 100 is liquids. And there are methods to avoid that. But regular material on machines shouldn't have any issue getting to 100. If anyone's told you otherwise, they're wrong. Because I saw someone recently in my Discord said the same thing. They even loaded my save. They were like, these will never get to 100%. It's like, well, they have. So. And I didn't do anything. I didn't put any stuff in any of the machines. Did nothing. I just left it long enough. I don't know why there's a idea out there that won't reach 100. Why wouldn't it? If you're making 500 of something, you're consuming 500, you could have 1,000 machines. They'll get it eventually. As long as the consumption and production is the same. And you can carry it on the belt. That's my understanding. Should the drones be on the top of this roof? Or on top of this one? I don't know. That reminds me, I overclocked my reactors so they were taking 600 of water. Second one, I'm inclined to agree that they should be over this. I kind of like that just being the height that it is and not going any higher. And then this is another building that clearly will go higher. So I'm inclined to agree. Which means these should be facing me. What do we do? 60 per minute each on these, right? That's almost it, and then we just need one of these bad boys. They were taking 600 water, but for some reason, a bunch of them were still running out of water, even though the supply was correct. Yeah, that's because the liquid doesn't... Manifolds with liquids isn't what people think. I'll be very quick. I know I explained this a few times. I really do want to make a video on this at some point, or a short, or something. But you got to think of it like this, right? You've got a pipe, water's traveling along it, and then you've got... Think of it literally like this on the side, right? You've got like a group of machines here. This is not a top-down view. This is an abstract view of things. Oh my god. Where we can say that these are the machines. Okay? So let's say you have 200 water on the pipe and these are consuming 50 each. Yeah? They've also got... Well, let's make it even better than that. Let's say you've got 400 water and they're consuming 400 each. Yeah? Each one has a capacity to take 50 though. Right, this is all 50 storage, each one of these. What happens is you turn on the system, you start making 400 water, and your system's nice and full, and it gets down to here, and this one just gets dribs and drabs. And why does that keep happening? Well, it's because the water is filling the capacity of this, and this, and this, and this, and they're draining it every time they run. So it never has a chance to fill them and go over the machine, the way it does on... The way it sort of does on belts. Why? Because this actually slows down the less is in the pipe. So the speed gets less. Unlike a regular manifold, the speed is consistent throughout. it'll just travel at 300 items per minute, even if there aren't 300 items on the belt, right? It'll always do 270 per minute. Even if you put one thing there, you know exactly how long it's going to take to get to the end. It's not true with the pipe. The pipe speeds up the more full it is, or slows down the more empty it is. Therefore, these things that take in all this capacity slow it down to the point where there's like nothing left to get to the end. And then it'll consume, drain, and then keep going. So that's how you have to think of it. Manifolds with liquids can work. The only way they can work, though, is if you fill the pipes and the inventories first. So if we then cut off the other output, right? We say that you're not allowed output for a while, right? So you block their exit somehow, but you allow them to fill. You have to block their exit so you can keep the machine on. Keeping the machine on allows it to receive the water. Once they get 50 out of 50 water, they're full, they're good to go. Then you can open up their exits and allow it to just continue. Then it'll always get to the end. That's how it works. Ready. The only addition to that point, though, is the complicated thing with liquids is there's problems when you have a 600 pipe. There's also problems when you have a 300 pipe, to be frank, but it's more prevalent with 600. So you should also try to just generally avoid using a full max pipe wherever you can. And I won't go into that why now, because I've talked about it too much before. But just as a rule, I'm just telling you, just don't. Should have put this on foundations. Oh well, I'll just build them myself. You have done that yourself. Hey, 3382. Sorry, I misspoke. 338327950288. Thank you. I appreciate the encouraging words. Thanks. And here we are. Be matching the distance that we need, so there. Good. So, I need 3 of these. Oh, I didn't make them auto-connect. Oh well. I'm still not in the habit of doing that. Or you need to, I feel like. Now that the persistent paintable thing just works anyway. Connecting these is pretty easy. For small groups. Doing a lot of stuff, then it's okay. Ready. Beautiful. I look forward to doing the cosmetics on this side. I'll probably just turn this into like some sort of metal. Alright, they should be clocked to exactly what they need. So for now... Well, I need to give them power. Oh yeah, this comes down too far actually. The beam is in there. It would need to be a... Oh shit, maybe I should have raised it. Normally what I do is I build that thin foundation, the steel walkway. Just before I turn on these machines, let me figure if they should just go a little higher. I guess they probably should. It's obviously super quick to build that, so I'll just do it again. Rather than locking myself into some random constraint. So instead, we'll start from like... It should be the height of the walls though, because that'll also probably be a factor. They'll just go 1 wall higher, so this was 3. So what's the deal though down here? Oh, this is a 1. Oh, that's why. Okay, I'll just make it a 1 then, I guess. Whatever keeps it consistent. Maybe I'm incorrectly calculating the manifold, but it was for a scenario with the max item stack size. Required item input, specifically iron pipe. Unfortunately, I think you're either calculating it wrong or you're not waiting long enough. Because where do you, like, think about it this way. Your output, whatever your output is, let's say 200 is your output. Where is that going? Like, why do you think it's not, like, where is it going? It must be all getting consumed and being used. So either your machines are set too high, like your math is wrong, or it's not all getting out of the constructors or whatever it's coming out of. One or the other. It's not like it just doesn't work or something. Like, you're making stuff and it has to go somewhere. And if that's the rate you're making it at and it's being consumed, well then it's correctly being consumed in machines. It's just that if it looks like the last one's not getting enough, it's probably because the clock speeds are off. I've also not been able to get Mark II pipes to carry 600 rocket fuel. About 590 is the best I've achieved. Yeah, it's inconsistent for me. I've gotten it to work loads of times where we use 600, but then there are some times where it doesn't, and that even happening sometimes is not good enough. I used to be a staunch defender of like, no, it works. It does work, because it used to work for me like almost all the time, but I found that it seems to work less and less the bigger and more complex your save file is. That's at least in my experience. I don't know. It's a hunch. But we did see it happening. And when I saw it happening, then I was like, okay, I'm a believer. It's not quite right. And it happened with the nuclear power plant. Specifically, we had consumption of a nuclear power plant was 600 water per minute. So I had a pipe with 600 water going into each one. And each machine was taking in 600. So it wasn't even like I could divide it anyway. And that just had an issue. Like, it always had an issue. I had 5 water extractors hooked up, making 600 water, one single pipeline, nothing complicated, going into one machine. And sometimes, like, over hours, you just see, like, this drop and then back up. And it's like, oh, okay. It's like, there's some tiny rounding error after a very long time. And, you know, to my point earlier about where does these things go, you could just find the water pooling in one of the water extractors. Now, there are build methods to get around these things. Build a loop. I could have built 2 nuclear power plants and taken in 300 each. And that way it would have solved it a little bit. But you could also build a loop, which we've talked about before as well. So there's other ways around it. But just avoid it where you can. Avoid having 600 on a pipeline as much as possible if you can. Like, as soon as you pull 600 out of an oil extractor, just divide it into 2 pipes. It's just so much easier then. Because I've just spent so many hours banging my head against the wall trying to track it down, and it's like, it's not worth it. Just don't do it if it's not working right. Just gonna go to the other side to hook up the power. Oh, it doesn't go all the way down. All right. Well, just for now, I'll just do this. Alright, so we've got power, they're all hooked up, they're ready to go. I'll have to clock these down even further. This is their clock speed when I run the place at 100%, when I get the 1200 belt speed. I'm not doing that right now. We're actually doing whatever this is times 18. 3 something. Yeah, so 351 divided by 60. 351 divided by, how many of these do I have? 9. That's our output, 39. Is it the same clock speed as these? Yeah, that makes sense. All right. There we go. That'll get us to 100. Just gonna throw that in there. Right here. So just for now, send that into here. Curved mode. There goes our lovely aluminum Thanks. Look at how shiny they are, man. It's great. I used the alternate Rocketfuel recipe. Yeah, we didn't have that at the time. Yeah, most people agree that the, what is it? It's called like nitro rocket fuel or something is the best oil to power thing you can do in the game. How many tickets do I have now? I don't know actually. 249. Plus 393. I was thinking it was a bit low. Yeah, 642 total. Alright, great. So we expect that to fill up. It'll take a bit of time, but it'll fill up all the way down. Another thing I did with manifolds here, by the way. Did I do it here? Oh, I guess not. Might be the assemblers. You could also sometimes use smart splitters for each one. Yeah. I don't know, I just for fun I did that here. There's no real reason to, but they're all smart splitters, so the manifold basically means that this, until this is full, it won't send any more aluminum further on. So you can guarantee like, boom, this has to run, then this has to run, then this one, and so on. Because at the moment, the way a manifold normally works is, bits of it will kind of make its way further down. And these ones will sputter on and off a little bit more erratically until their initial guys get full. But this way you can kind of guarantee like, just fill this, then this, then this, then this. It's a lot of smart splitters, but I mean, you have AI limiters, it doesn't cost you anything else, you know? It's not like it costs power or something. That could be a more, a slightly more gratifying way of doing it, because you just wait until each machine is full. Or you see each machine getting full before it passes it on to the next. Kind of track things a bit better that way if you want. Anyways, right, so this stuff coming out here has to go up another floor onto the drone floor, which could be, if it's aligned really nicely, it might actually be the same height as here. No, it's slightly lower. I'm okay with that though. It doesn't have to be the same height. In fact, this building is probably going to go up even higher. You take all that concrete I have and just build floors all the way across to this point to see how high this is. Not that this whole room has to be the same height anyway, I guess. Oh yeah, I always look at it and think like, oh, it's not working, but it's like, no, they're turned off on purpose. Anyways, right, so, let's see. I'd like to go up higher so that lights can aim onto this nicely. So maybe 4 walls higher than this. None of your room. Alright, we'll do 4 walls over. That's where the drones are going to go. If I update to 1.1, will I lose world save? Now you can update to 1.1 and then play your save in that world, but then you can't bring it back. So it's recommended you just keep 2 separate saves anyway, or just keep it somewhere else. So what I would do is like, let's say I'm in 1.0 right now. I'll say like, goodbye 1.0 and save it. And then when I load goodbye 1.0, I would call the save now hello 1.1 and save that. Now I've got 2 saves, one for one version and one for another version. And if something ever goes wrong and I'm like, screw this, I want to go back, you just go back to your old save. Granted, you'd lose the progress you make here, but at least it would work. Logistics floor for drone ports, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I guess you're right. We might end up dealing with more things than just this. So, yeah. Well, 4 above here would actually give us room for... Like, the drones are going to sit on top of this. Pretty high up there, I feel like, to figure out what we need to do. And there's not going to be that many drone ports. Sticking to it. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'm wrong. Where are we at now? That should be okay. Yep. As long as these all run, which they seem to be. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, so this is going to feed up here, upstairs, to drones. Not enough spillover, though, to go into awesome things to keep everything running. This is just to gauge where it has to go. Comes along here and it goes in there. These will be fueled at their destination. But there will likely be a drone port here to receive fuel to fuel the other ones. It could be either way, it doesn't really matter, I guess. But then, as Ale was saying, you'd need like a separate mini floor. Maybe in here, or just a belt even, just traveling underneath to send in the fuel to other stations. Yeah, I think it's fine. We could just have it on the roof rather than a floor. Kind of nice to see it. Could have a walkway near it maybe too. Alright, we'll go with that. So that's our drone station there. This guy is going to be receiving tanks. And the tanks are going to have a smart splitter somewhere here. The overflow will go into some... I don't know where the awesome sync room is going to go in the future, but for now we can just dump them in one place. Smart splitter, something like that. Overflow at the left maybe, straight ahead, get the thing we need. Further over than I thought it would be. Okay. Yeah, so just because of that, I guess I'll just move this over as well. A modular factory is when you build a factory that you just duplicate over and over and scale up. That's how I see it. Kind of like the subunit stuff, yeah. Do I have a family pet? Yeah, well, I don't have a family, really. We just, it's me and my girlfriend. But, yeah, we've got 2 pets. We've got 2 cats. I used to have a dog who passed away last year. I had him in Ireland for like 10 years, and then I moved to England, and then for his final 6 years he was with my brother, and then he died. We then had a cat named Nyx that we got in 2019, and she passed away in December from a sort of rare genetic kidney disease. So she had just turned 5. And then we also got our cat Jinx 3 years ago. So 2 years after we got Nyx. So about 2021 or something like that, we got Jinx. And she's great. She's still with us. Thank God. And just a month ago, or about 2 months ago, we got a little cat named Rex. So now he was like a stray. He got hit by a car outside our apartment. Broke his back legs. And so we took him in. Paid for his surgery. And then when we told people, they said you should do a GoFundMe, and they basically raised all the money so that it was completely paid for. And he has just gotten done with all his surgeries, and he's just gotten done with his final X-ray about a week and a half ago or something like that. And he's all good, and he's great. He was here on stream earlier. So those are the 2 cats we have right now, Jinx and Rex. And they're indoor cats. They just stay inside. Anyway, so right. I'm the master of notepad planning. Considering how long it takes me to do everything, I don't think I'm the master of anything. Alright, I'll just continue power up there for now. Feed it in. Get the Z drones going. Color it, maybe the inverse color of this. Little orange trim on it to know where it came from. Now, we want to... Mexico City. Mexico? Mexico? Call it, can't really remember how I've named my other one. Only got one other in the world at the moment. LB liquid biofuel. This is Alu 1. Yeah. Alright, it's aluminum fluid tank export. Drone is taking it in right now. Nice. Okay, cool. Is he getting along a bit better with Jinx now? Yeah, a little bit. They're getting along pretty well. Like, generally, they're actually pretty good together, but he does just want to kind of more aggressively play with her and chase her and stuff. And he pushes it a bit too far. Like, she'll meow or yelp even, and he just doesn't stop. So I don't know what his deal is, if it's kind of playful, but then it turns into something more serious. It's hard to read. Like, they're definitely... She comes back, like, pretty quickly. I'm sure he's not actually, like, biting her hard and hurting her, but he doesn't stop when she wants to stop. So it's like, we have to punish him. Like, this morning, I woke up at, like, 8. For me, is early. And, because they were having, like, some scrap fight. And normally, like, you know, most of the time, if she meows or yelps, he does actually kind of stop. So it's like, oh, that's good. It's getting better. But it didn't stop this morning. She was like, eh, eh. And I was like, hey, hey, hey. I have to, like, wake up and, like, shout at them. And then they stop, and he kind of walks away. I picked him up and put him in his little cage by me on a timeout for a few hours. Because I went back to sleep, frankly. And, yeah. So they're getting along pretty good, generally. He's getting much better with, like, leaving her food alone and stuff. So I think it's just kitten things. He still is young. He's only, like, 8 or 9 months, so... And the fact that she comes back out, like, pretty quickly is good. She doesn't hide away. She's not afraid of him, generally. So it's good. Could be worse anyway. Our boy cat does the exact same thing to our younger girl cat. It's very rare, but it happens every once in a while. Yeah, I'm hoping it just becomes less and less frequent. It is already, so that's good. Let me change the music real quick. Actually, this music's probably fine. Go back to Surviving Mars for a while. That was good. Okay, right, so all the aluminum ingots into fluid tanks up to drone. Drone now needs a destination, right? So we have our tank production done, and our drone export is done. And like I said, we catch up with the cosmetics every time we stream. So next time we stream, we'll finish off more cosmetics over there, and we'll work our way over to this kind of building and figure out how to make it look a bit better. That's the general way I'm doing things, I guess. But this is ready to go. So now we need to, like, yeah, get it over to its destination platform to deliver in the tanks so that they can be packaged with the rocket fuel, and then that can be sent up to a different drone pad where it'll send the rocket fuel back here into other places. Keep everything fueled. Have you ever lost a pet? Because we just made the heartbreaking decision to put our family dog down next weekend, and it's draining my sanity. Yeah, I mean, like I said, our cat Nix, I mean, sorry to hear that. It's really difficult. So, last year I lost my pet, Jerry. But granted, I hadn't been with him for a few years, so it was not as bad. It was still upsetting. But he was 16, and he was old, so it was, like, not too difficult. But yeah, not to dwell on it too much, because it is actually still kind of quite a sore spot. Like, our cat Nix that passed away in December, like, we really, really love our cat. Her especially. Like, she was quite a unique, we believe anyway, she's quite a unique and caring and, like, interesting animal. And very emotive and friendly with us. And smart. And she was just great. And just out of nowhere, she just got, like, just out of nowhere, she just became unwell. And they were like, yeah, she has this disease, or this genetic problem, that just you can't do anything about. So you can't even do surgery, there's nothing you can do. Because we were willing to pay whatever. So it's really difficult. Like, even last night, me and Rosie were just very upset thinking about her. It's still really upsetting. I know it's just an animal, but she really touched our lives in a deep way. So it's really difficult not having her around. She's like a really special cat. It just feels like she went like way too soon. Like, just way too soon. And, you know, all the stuff about how she acted with us in the last few weeks, it's like really sad. We were looking back on photos, and cats behave a little bit differently when they're unwell or when they know something's wrong. And in the last few months, like, she would sit on my lap and like really cuddle up and kiss me and stuff, like nuzzle me, I guess, or whatever. She'd be pushing her face into my cheek while I'm on my computer and stuff. And Rosie has videos of it, you know, and we were like petting her, and she's like, oh, she's been so affectionate. It's really nice. And she was, but it's like, oh, it's also probably because she wasn't feeling very well. And it doesn't matter how early we caught it. Wouldn't have mattered. She was on like a timer, basically. It's basically like a cancer. And it's like nothing you can do. And just how it all went down with her was like extremely difficult. Like, I just couldn't believe it, what was happening. It was like so hard to believe that this was happening. It's like, and honestly, I haven't had anyone else really die in my family or anything. So it kind of was just like, I can't believe there isn't a way out of this. And that's the thing that for me that's hardest to process now, which is you'll just never see her again. That finality is the really difficult thing. And there's just, I don't know what to tell you, man. There's no, I am not over it, so I have no, I'm sure with time it gets better, but it's really difficult. The only see, the thing with just a very last thing on this is that I feel like it can be often quite upsetting when a pet is unwell, or if they do die suddenly, because you might regret certain things. Maybe I didn't spend enough time with them, or whatever, or maybe I could have done something different. Maybe we caught this sooner, things would be different, you know. But we were really lucky in the way that there is no regret. I just miss her. Because yeah, we didn't do anything we didn't do anything wrong, and we gave her so much attention, and we had so much time with her, because she was like, we work from home. She lived inside. She didn't go outside. So it was like, I just saw her every day, and we fawned over her and gave her so much. So there's no regrets. And then finding out that you just couldn't have done anything for it, it's like, well, I guess there's just no regrets then. Like, if you really couldn't have done anything, like, you can't feel bad about it. And the way she went in the end was like, I mean, Rosie'd say it was almost like a Disney movie. She just went in a really, like, perfect way. We had a vet come to our house. She was totally relaxed. She was in our arms. It was like so sad. There was like nice music. She had all her toys. We gave her best food. Our other cat was there, and like kind of seemed to understand. Like, they kind of had a rivalry almost, but in her final few days, our other cat was just like totally by her side. Anyway, enough about that, because it was just very sad. But yeah, so my condolences. It's, if you care about your pet, it's very difficult. And yeah, I imagine it's really difficult for people, like you say. It's like 17 years, man. It's like, that is heartbreaking. The only consolation I can ever say, and I'm sure everyone feels this, it's like, well, at least you had that much time. Unfortunately, it seems like everyone has to die. It's a real struggle to grasp. But a sudden death, at least ours wasn't, it's sudden, but at least it's under good circumstances in a way. But you know what, we came across a cat that was run over a few months before Nick's was put down, and I was just driving into our like estate area, and we just saw this cat dead in the road, in the middle of the road. Its eyes were open. You wouldn't even known it was dead, really. And it just had a little collar on it, or its collar was put to the side of it, and it had a number. So I called it and had to tell the people that its cat had passed away. And it was just that was like even just upsetting. I still think about that cat, and we think like, oh, Nick's passed away. We also heard that another cat got hit by a car that night. It was in the group chat and died. So it's like, it's, the way she went was like as comfortable, and it really was like, she's like not in any pain. She's surrounded with us. She had her food. We didn't let it go too long. I think it's important in some ways to do that, because we could have. They said that like what's going to happen in the next few days is she could have seizures. She'll stop eating. She'll start vomiting. She had polycystic kidney disease, like cysts on her kidneys that were erupting. So it's like it would have just been like really dragged out. And we saw like in her, the day after we brought her home to the vet, I thought we'd have a few days with her, but she was just like, after like a day, she just became really weak. So Rosie was the strong one of the two of us and said like, it's just not going to get any better, so we should just like pull the plug, as it were, now, and have like a really good day with her before like we remember her as like sick. Anyway, still difficult, obviously, but yeah. So I think it's important to not let it get too far, because it's selfish on the owner then, not on the animal. Anyway, got distracted in what I was doing. So, drone ports. Next thing. Drink. I'm fine, really. It's just difficult to talk about sometimes. Obviously sad. But yeah, I saw something, this goes around every now and then as well, where it's like, they're like maybe a chapter in your life, but you're like their whole book or something like that. It's like some nice quote. It's a little like soppy or sentimental, but it is quite nice thinking of it that way, where it's like, yeah, like they are a small memory for you, or they could be a big memory that lasts a long time, like 17 years. But you were like their whole world, so I think they deserve the best end you can give them, I guess. So yeah, just gotta not be too selfish about it as well, which is super difficult, but yeah. Right, so
The ultimate idea here was we're going to cut off some of these. I need to decide where the packages go. So, yeah, well, these are disconnected already, so they're not needed, so get rid of them. I'm not going to be leaving things, am I? No. Alright, so we've got lots of nice room now for the packagers. And send in those fluid tanks that come up from above. And send the packaged rocket fuel right up as well. Now, we ultimately need... I can't remember what I worked out. I think it's 10 on each side. How many do we have? Yeah, all my streams are like, I'm just full of distractions all the time anyway. I've just accepted it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 14. So we cut off the last 4, I guess. And then we work from there. So momentarily the gas is probably going to get like somewhat backed up and slow down some of the machines, which will affect compacted coal production as a byproduct, so we'll have to be somewhat quick. Or just provide it. Yeah, I'll make at least a couple of buffers just to fill them, and we could just click them and drain them when they get full. That would prevent anything getting backed up. Because these make compacted coal. That compacted coal goes into these to make the turbo fuel that goes into those. So it's an interdependency, I guess, that could be a little dicey. You mess with it. Now, most of the compacted coal is made without them, so it wouldn't be a huge problem, but some additional compacted coal is, so... I am cutting from the far end. I'm cutting the ones off down there. Oh, I wasn't going to do that. Yeah, don't worry about that. Alright, so we just need to do that to each of these. These were actually here originally, and then I got rid of them. Sorry to hear that, gamer, but bad. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it's part of the reason why we took... Well, it's part of the reason I felt somewhat... I don't know. Part of the reason why I wanted to take in that little cat Rex, because when he got hit by a car right outside our window. And I happened to be awake at the time. I don't know, it just felt like we should... I don't know. We couldn't do anything for her, so we could do something for him, so... And he's great. He's really friendly. Anyway. Oh, no worries, Preach. The stupid buffer needs to be at 50% to output fully. I don't think that's true. Someone's told me that before. Is that true? I mean, yeah, it's not draining as much as it's filling now. Not that I mind. It doesn't matter. Power's not going to go off, I don't think. We'll be buffing these in a second. And we'll have too much gas going in for what we're consuming. That's the whole point here. I need to count these again, sorry. The last ones aren't running right now, and I don't know if that's because they just ran out. 1, 2. Yeah. 11, 12, 13, 14. So... you guys are done. And you can go at 100%. Or 250 even. So they're actually consuming less overall. Our power is going to fall overall. That was always the idea of this place. That's why they're not running at their max speed. So the buffer should fill. I think it'll be okay. Even if it is draining, not as fast. So you think we won't see this number equal this number until this gets to 1200. Let's see if that's true. Another meat, yeah. What you can do on the subject of amounts of machines in 1.1 is build one, set it correctly, then use the sample tool. Yeah, I do that a lot. I'm starting to get in that habit where it's just like, okay, I'll just put one down, configure it, paint it, do whatever you need to do, and then just copy it. Excuse me, I want to see if this gets to 1200, that starts draining better. It's at 850 now. Thanks, no bully. Don't delete anymore, just switch off. Why? Because they're going to be gone permanently. They're never coming back. So I don't know why I wouldn't delete them, unless I'm missing something. Ewald always is right about things, though, so I'm curious why. So I'm just waiting here to see this reach 1200. The drain rate's coming up though, so maybe it is like a sweet spot type thing. Have you tried Clear Obscure Expedition 33 soundtracks? I wouldn't risk it. I feel like that might be copyright. Also, I don't think it would fit the Satisfactory. But I have listened to the soundtrack a little bit. Well, I've been playing the game, and then I listened to a little bit of the soundtrack. I didn't want to spoil any of it for me, like in terms of soundtrack that you get later, so I've only listened to what I've experienced in the game so far. I haven't played it in about a week, though. I find like I enjoy it when I'm playing it, but I just don't feel compelled to sit down and play more. I don't know why that is. Yeah, it seems like you're pretty much right. I mean, it's gaining on the drain rate. We should be filling at 277.77777. Basically what it says. And we should be draining at 229 eventually. Therefore, a net positive. How do you deal with the strange numbers on generators on Rocketfuel? Don't know. Just deal with it. So 10.42 is the consumption, right? Yeah, it's the same you deal with any number, really. Just more decimal points. So 4 decimal points are usually pretty accurate. In this game, it usually goes to 4. So we make 92592. 92.592 times 3. We got 3 blenders. That's what we get. 277.776. Again, it's only 3 decimal points. You can go to 4. So this is a fine number. So 277.776. If we say 277.776 divided by that input of 10.42, you can run 26 generators. I've chosen to run 20 generators, right? So we'll say 20 times that number is 208. So we're going to consume 208. And the leftover is going to go into a packager. And we'll configure the packager to be accurate too in a minute. But I don't know, it's just more math is how I deal with it, but no different than, you just have a little bit of spillover. It doesn't work itself in nicely. One of these machines eventually somewhere, be it the packager or the generators themselves, will have to have very specific clock speeds. Yeah. It'll take a while. I don't want to do the other lines because we might have we do have the extra storage here though, I guess, actually, if we've got a real problem. Oh wow, I didn't know the whole floor came with the railing. That's kind of interesting. What's this blueprint called? Catwalk short with floor LEDs.
Alright. Take a while, but these should get their stuff eventually. Once the thing reaches that halfway point, which should be like now, I guess. Okay. Once you can make power charge, generators should be set to 250%. I'd say even before that, personally. Because you can always sloop your slugs to get double out of them. One purple gives you 10. So I think you've got loads even without being able to make them yourself anyway. Unless you're building like a giant power factory, I guess. But I only use them for extractors and generators. Alright. Okay, same thing here. We just gotta cut these all off, I guess. So I'll try to go a bit quicker. Do I have the inventory for all this? Am I leaving crates behind? Need to set up an awesome thing that just drains some of this stuff. My inventory's full. I had the thing unchecked, so I've been building up a lot of material by accident. Nice. Work my way down, pasting all these in, I guess. It's our power line now. Oh, right. I was going to say, why didn't it trip? But we've been eating into the battery. So, yeah, that's okay then. I was like, oh. Just realized I'm way behind on the stream for some reason. Yeah, I noticed that because you were asking about, or mentioning, I can't remember what it was, but you were mentioning something that I said like way ages ago. That's funny. Felt it is a lot for drone fuel. Missed the part you were setting the generator speed. Oh, no worries then, yeah. Yeah, I think we're looking at 70 rocket fuel per line. So it's about 280 rocket fuel total for the drones. Maybe that is a lot. 280 per minute for all drones forever, with hopefully never needing more. It is a lot. I think hopefully it'll be alright though. I don't think power is going to fall too much once it gets back up and running. I think I said I was going to make 50,000 megawatts here in total. It was making 62 or something like that, so cutting off like 12,000 megawatts to power the drones. Admittedly, I was only planning on taking 111 rocket fuel total, but now we're taking almost more than double that. We make 1,111 rocket fuel, 1111. So I was like, great, we'll just take like 111 of that, make 1,000 rocket fuel for the generators. But I don't know, just somewhere here today in my math I decided I'll just take a bit more. But I can't say I know where I'm going to use it all. I just feel like I will. I mean, I feel like I ran the game, the stream world that we did before on much less turbo fuel for drones. So maybe I could add on another generator here each. Have a look at the numbers one more time, but I just don't know what number I should aim for. 280 would definitely give us a lot for forever. I don't think we'd have a problem with that then, no matter the journey and where it's going. A lot of drones could be used. Or even vehicle. Well, no, vehicles are run on biofuel. So it's kind of like one and done. Don't ever think about it again. Maybe. These are all done as well, aren't they? Double check I did every line there. Seems good. This should just slowly come back up now, I think. And the buffers should like completely fill. They're draining better now though, yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing. I never knew that. It does mean the buffers are a bit annoying. We're still gonna back up these machines then, likely. Right, do I have much inventory space? Oh my god. Right, just get rid of all this stuff then. Check my mel. My mel? I don't know what that means. Mel? Bro, you can from inventory? Huh? I don't understand what anyone's saying. Turbo fuel works great for drones. I only used rocket fuel for generators and the byproduct compacted coal for turbo fuel. I don't want to delete that. I want the tickets. That's a waste. I don't want to delete. What are you, mad? Fix it doesn't waste. You want to get fired? Imagine if I got caught doing that. Yeah, so we have turbo fuel over there, obviously, and it gets made into rocket fuel. But I just thought, why not use all the turbo fuel and make the rocket fuel the fuel for drones? Which is, I mean, the more I think about it, it's like, yeah, 60. We make 69 per line that goes into, that will be going into packagers. So let's call it 70. We're looking at 4 lines. It's 280. It is a lot. Maybe squeeze 1 or 2 more generators per line out. Work that out in just 1 sec. Sorry, check what you made in the other stream. You were always afraid it was not enough, and it was. Yeah, I have the Milanote document actually. That would tell me how much I made. And I had a lot of drones in that world. So, what do all this saying is to open up what I did in the other stream world, this one. We have a look at the... this factory, I think? Yeah. This is how much I had. 166.6 recurring turbo fuel. Powered all the drones in the world, except for the nuclear power ones. Not that we ran out, but I was unsure if we would run out or not. And I decided to let them run on their own plutonium. Which again, would have been fine for all of them then, probably. He was right. I mean, if 166 turbo fuel could run that many drones... I don't even plan on using that many drones in this world. At least for a long time. Then in theory, maybe like 200 turbo fuel would... or rocket fuel would cover you well. Like double. You could actually check the wiki how much it gives you. Yeah, I think he's right. I probably should just refine that down a little bit better, because that is what we did in the previous world. And I don't think I ever slooped it or increased the amount or anything like that, so... The fuel value of packaged turbo fuel is 2,000. Like if you look at the millijoules. And the fuel value of packaged rocket fuel is 7,200. So if we... All right. 27%. So it's like over 3 times better. It's about, let's just call it 3 times better, right? Well, it's definitely more than that. I'm not very good at math, but there's a way to get that number. What is it? 7,200 divided by 2,000? There we go. So it's 3.6 times better. So that's interesting because then you could say, if you ran your whole world before on 166, you could divide that by 3.6, and that would be the number you'd actually need to be the same. So it's like, instead of that, 166.66, I could divide that by 3.6, and that's the amount of rocket fuel that would be the equivalent. And I've just said that I'm looking to do 280 per minute rather than 46 per minute. So maybe it is enough, the original number I had in mind, which I just looked at now and thought, oh, that sounds kind of low, but maybe not. Okay then. They're also faster. Yeah, their journey time isn't as long, so they don't burn as long. So that's another factor. That's good. Oh, I couldn't do that math, but yeah, to also factor in that 19% would be interesting. Then it's like how much time you save and burn time you save. Okay, I'm convinced. Yeah, we'll work the numbers out a bit better then. I'll add in another generator. Are these blueprinted? They actually are. Okay. Not that it matters. These generators are easy to put down. So I've gone with 10. What about an additional, so let's say 24 per line. So they'd be consuming 250 then. 277.776 minus that number. And then the whole thing times 4 would be what we make. We make 110 rocket fuel then? That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. It's the equivalent of about 400 turbo fuel. So what that means is I now need to add on 2 more on each line again. But that's not too bad. These poles are still here at least. Okay, yeah. So let's do that. Don't need to use the blueprint because now the paint job is copied anyway. And the setting. Right. Love it. This can be copied over. I totally planned. Also love it. Copy that to here even. That bothers me that it's like on the end, but this spills over. It'd have to go as far as this if this is to continue the whole way down. Sure, whatever. I'm missing things. That's so funny because I just have to deleting all these items. Oh, I just watched the last one go in. That is such Darren luck. Alright, well, we have to wait for some quick wire to come in now. After I just buried like a bunch. I'm really good at math. I feel like I'm horrible at math. I've become a bit better at like satisfactory math, but like a lot of it's just like you saw just there. I was like, oh, how do I get this number? I don't know. And then I just reversed the numbers and it seemed to give me the answer that I was looking for. So I was like, yeah, that seems right. They meant to be raised? No, you're raised. What's got me? This is fun. Having fun today on this stream. Good. This one's messed up. It raises itself when you do that. Right, you. Let's just hook these in as well. That'll take a while to get going properly, the end ones, I guess. Yeah, Mark 1 is fine. Each row is doing 277.776 rocket fuel, so a Mark 1 pipe is totally fine. They're actually doing even less than that because we just decided to cut off a certain amount. So this is the... That's what we have left over. So I can't even work this out now, but basically, instead of this number minus this is how much is on each pipeline now. Whatever that is. It's like 250, right? Imagine trying to calculate something like that in a console. Well, you can still do it. I mean, it would just be slow. So you bring up your if you have it, I'm sure. Bring it, or you can just do it on your phone. But yeah, you bring up the thing here, and then you'd have a text box that opens, right? And then you just type it in. I'm really fast at typing on a controller. Granted, switching, like, using symbols might be a bit of a pain in the ass, because you have to press, like, L2 to swap to the symbol page, and then click them, and then swap back. It wouldn't be fast, but, I mean, people use, I've seen, like, on Helldivers and stuff, people on PlayStation, like, type in the chat on Helldivers. And it says they're a PlayStation user, so it's like, they're stopping the game, opening up the chat thing, and typing. An interesting thing you can do with the, look, I know I'm my Sony apologist here, but on the DualShock 5, this is the 4, but the 5 has a bigger touchpad, and you can actually just do this to, like, quickly touch along the keyboard. It was pretty quick. Some people are really quick at that. I'm not very good at that. I still just use the arrows to click around, but I've seen that's how, like, younger people do it. They just go, like, they just like scrub their finger across things. I've actually seen MKBHD, the tech YouTuber, when he's typing on, like, iPhone and stuff, he'll just do that. I don't know how you really, I mean, I kind of know how you can do it. Like, I can do it, but it's so unintuitive to type that way. I guess you can't see anything, right? But yeah, you just, like, drag across and it'll, like, figure out the word. It said swear. Anyway, it's just like, as long as your finger broadly touches, like, the loose letters, it's like, yeah, this is probably what you were typing. Yeah, swipe to text. I've never knew you could even do that until I saw him doing it, and I was like, what? I've tried to do it a few times, and I'm just like, something feels so odd about it. Do you just have to press? I'm probably just not used to it, like you said. You also just have to press, like, the space bar, because you can't do that. I guess it just does it word by word, and you're just supposed to swipe, press space. Man, I wish I had more quick-wire and I didn't throw it all in the bin. This is going so slowly, the quick-wire. Which I don't understand why it would be. It's not moving at all. Ugh. There's probably going to be tons of problems here, but that's fine. We need to make our way down to the quick-wire, the giant copper Caterium factory. There should be a massive container. Oh, maybe I just drained a container. Ooh, I actually left a container of stuff up there, actually. There might be some there I could use. Keep the place running for a while. It's not that my upload speed isn't good enough, it's that I don't think it's hooked up for some reason. We'll find out. Then we could just take a train back up here. It's pretty quick these days to get that done. So no quick wire there. Where's this dismantle crate in the world? Center. He's running now. Green lights across the board, so we'd like to see. $351, that's what we like to see as well. Oh, here we go. It says it does it within 100 meters. That's really far. Because it's definitely the stuff I deleted from... Well, maybe... What does it take to make a refinery? It doesn't take quick-wire. Yeah, it's the stuff from the generator. How the hell is it all the way over here? That's interesting. Rock says the efficiency is 2918 compared to Rocketfuel. When you consider turbo means more energy. That's awesome. That's cool. Thank you. But is that on top of the... Because it's 3.6 times more efficient as well. Like the burn rate is 3.6 times more efficient, but then you're saying with that 19% it's 2.918. 0.015 milliseconds per megajoule compared to Rocketfuel is 0.00514. Alright. Is that accurate though? Because didn't I say it has to be at least 3.6, so the number should be even higher. Not lower. Unless I'm wrong. You get on the wiki it says 2000 millijoules. Is it megajoules? I don't even know what the terminology is. 2000 energy versus 7,200 energy. So one of them is clearly just 1-for-1. One tub of turbo fuel versus one tub of rocket fuel. Oh wait. Oh no, yeah. That's still true. Rocket fuel is actually packaged differently though. That might be why. It's compressed. You can fit twice as much rocket fuel into one packaged unit. So these canisters, it's 2-to-1 that goes in, right? You send in 120 per minute and you get 60 out. Yeah, 120 like gas. Whereas a normal packager would send in 60 and get 60 out. The megajoules is 3.6 more, but to move at 1 millisecond is actually less. Oh, I see. Packaged rocket fuel shrinks by 4? Isn't it just by 2? 120 in and you get 60 out. So you're compressing it 2 times, right? Yeah. Anyway, I have to go fix that problem though, because we're still going to run into the same issue if it's not building up in the background. Yeah, it's not gaining, so we'll have to figure that out. Get a train and ride the rails. Go down south. There's a train right there. Let's take that one. Man, my gamer sensibilities. I'm so screwed. That was kind of far away, so I started squinting. So immersive. Oh, my bad. Sorry. No worries. It's all good. Oops, sorry. All right, off we go. Yeah, we gotta build a bypass or just let it take time. One or the other. There still is enough time either way, but I obviously don't like that. It waits on something else. It would require the solution. This place wasn't supposed to have this rail network. It was supposed to. This was all supposed to be for one factory. But then we added more trains to it. Now they wait behind each other. That's the reason. Anyways, the way I'd like to solve it is just obviously move the station out, but keep the rail line actually where it is. But that's a bit of a pain because there's a lot to move. And I don't want to just build a bypass on the rail. I'd rather make the train station move instead of having 2 bypasses. You won't get streams like this anywhere else. Look at me, I'm so happy out there, ready to go. Flip the station to the other side? Yeah, maybe. That could maybe work because it's already on the bypass and then just wreck the line. That's a good idea. Man, I am gone fast. Their goal to use all this aluminum? Yeah, it's kind of just for the memes. Well, all my factories are kind of big in this world, so it's like, yeah, let's just make everything a big factory. Find a use for it eventually. It would be nice to target some high number at the end of the game. It's like, okay, let's try to do... So the last item of the game is a ballistic warp drive. It's like, well, let's maybe try to do 10. Or something. I don't know how much you'd need. Like, you only need 0.1 per minute if you want to beat the game in like a few hours anyway. You don't need that many. It's like 250, I think. But it'd be just for the challenge of it, it'd be nice to say like, well, let's try to make it a high number. $10 is a horrible idea. Yeah, I don't know what that would require. Let's see. Oh, I can't check actually without going online. Go big or go home. Tell me about it. All right, so what's going on here? So where did I not hook anything up to a thing? It might be. Maybe I just never did. I feel like I did somewhere. Maybe not. Oh, over there maybe? No, that's cable. I don't know why that's done all the way over there, but someone thought that was a good idea. $10 per minute would be crazy. Maybe we should do that then.
Have a productive day.
Haven't been here in a while. I'm just wondering if the place is running well. Good to me. Make a few of these. See if they've stopped or started anytime soon. Recently. That one's not going right now. Why? Not enough water. You have enough. You got 50. You've probably just not been hooked up, I would bet. Alright, problem solved. And some yellers down the end. I don't know if these are all hooked up actually. Okay, yeah, that's fine. They just need more trucks. But in order to add more trucks, I'd like to get more. I want to feed those trucks with biofuel, and to do that, I want to get drones, and that's what we're doing next. 10 warp drives is 1,000 copper powder per minute. Gross. I think we're good for copper. 1,000 copper powder? 1,000 copper powder, actually. Okay. I'll take that seriously. Hang on. Copper powder is pretty significant. Like 200 per minute, isn't it? Jeez. 1,000 divided by 50. 20 machines are needed. 20 machines are needed and they consumed 300. 6,000? I could do 6,000. Maybe. This factory produces 12,000. I don't know how much of it's been used. And it's easy to add more. We just duplicate it. Challenge accepted. If it's only the copper thing that's the difficult thing, then it's like, yeah, that's done. Done. BP. Copper powder per minute makes 5 pasta. Oh, so you think it's 2,000? So that'd be 12,000 ingots then. That'd be harder. That would mean this entire factory was needed for that one thing. Alright, let's get ready to go again. Oh, sorry. For someone who hasn't updated to 1.1 yet, the elevator is a one... Sorry. Is the elevator a 1 foundation size or a 2x2? I added a square in my current map, but it looked like your elevator was bigger. The elevator is far bigger than 2x2. Like a 4x4. Really big. When I get out up here, I mean, I don't know why you couldn't see yourself, but like, you can just look at it. Like, you don't have to place it, but just as you take it out of your hologram, you can just see how big it is then. But it's pretty big. I'm so fudged then. How did you not know this though? How do you get into the game and not know how big that is? Oh, wait, sorry. An elevator. It's a 1x1. I thought you meant the space elevator. My bad. A regular elevator is just 1 foundation, yeah, it's fine. And it's 4 meters high, like the same as a wall height. 1 wall, 1 foundation. Yeah, it's just 1. Yeah, normally what I do is I build 3 in the line. That factory already had like those stairwells and stuff ready, so I just ended up using that empty 1 tile space for 1 elevator each. Alright, we've got quick wire now, so that interrupted me building the generators, so just get back down there. Rebuild the generators, put in the packaged turbo fuel, and make our drone delivery. Drone's ready to go, has the canisters. Tanks are overflowing. Yeah, I don't know how big the space elevator is either. I meant it more as like, why can't you just look like this? You know, you don't have to build it, but Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About that. 7 by 7, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, it's wider than it is long in one direction. Like if I took it into the corners here, I guess you can't. Yeah, the hologram's like offset. Okay, whatever. There, it's center aligned with the thing now. That's so weird. The bounding box doesn't even contain the thing itself. Anyway, whatever. Nobody knows. Possible. We're all running out. Looking good now. Looking good. We're at 58,000. Right? It's just the power pole, does that, is it? Okay. For the autosave? Oh, sorry. I am zoomed in. My bad. I always forget that. That's why I don't click that button anymore. Because I always forget it. Seems like such a good idea. It's like, oh yeah, when you're doing the calculator, just click the zoom in button, but I always forget to click it. I should probably hotkey it to N, so that every time I press N, it zooms in, and then every time... Oh, but I don't press N to get out. I press escape. I could probably configure it though if I wanted to. Let's just do this line next, I guess. Alright, second line done, 2 more to go. Actually, yeah, 2 more to go. And then this is where we'll do our packaging. Thanks to Duwald's idea. You get to see me overthinking? Oh my god, yeah. Hey Zaid, or Zaid. Don't worry, Darren. I meant the personal transport. No, I saw your comment. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. That's why I was like, yeah, I didn't get it, but that makes more sense. Yeah, 1 by 1, you'll be fine. Obviously, no problems. Wow, 650 members? Jeez. Didn't even think about it, but I was like, oh, I guess... Anyway, yeah, I was just wondering. Fact. Cool. I can actually see my viewers now sometimes if I want to. I have to opt in to kind of seeing it, but now I can see. Tim's not here to tell me. He was earlier. Are the power poles at the ends with the new generators hooked up to the main grid? They are. I think so. I'll double check. Check that last. They should be, because they're following the route that all the other ones used to. I assume so. These I actually deleted the power poles on this side though, so these ones don't have any. Would have been built here. I assume so. Yeah. Yep. We're good. Why are you rebuilding the generators that just came on? So at the moment, what we're doing is delivering... So today, I've made... Let me back up. We're working on the aluminum factory. And in the aluminum factory, we've now designated some of the ingots to make fluid tanks. The fluid tanks are needed to pressurize gas and package it. So we can feed something like a drone. Rocket fuel. This is my rocket fuel factory. Where... we made rocket fuel so that we could... It's like a power facility, right? But I made a little bit too much rocket fuel on purpose when we set it up. So the idea was that when we get drones up and running... I'm doing such a bad job explaining this. Long story short, we're making fluid tanks. We're going to use some of the rocket fuel that was in this factory to take some of it, package it, and give it to drones. That's basically what we're doing. Now, in the process of doing that, I'm changing the clock speed of these generators because we're taking away some of their power. That was always the plan, but I never knew exactly how much I was going to take away. So we've just decided, I deleted a bunch and then I was talked out of it where it's like, no, you should probably keep a bit more than that. That's what I'm doing. We're going to keep a bit more than I initially intended. But that means having to put back in some of the generators I just previously deleted. Ultimately, we're going from something like 17 or 18 generators down to 12 per line. So it is less. But they're going from 230% to 250, so they're also producing a bit more for the size that they are. Overall, though, we're going to lose about 8,000 megawatts of power in total, but we'll have drones that will have loads for a long time. Over 100, I think. It seems like they'd be able to run for a really, really long time. And not just run for a long time, but be able to add a lot of them, have a lot of drones. Then we can use the drones to refuel our trucks, because they can pick up the biofuel from the biofuel factory. And then I can do remote drop-offs, so I won't have to go to the biofuel factory to send it stuff. I can call a drone to do it for me. So that's what we want all this stuff to do. Alright, so this is the last one. I think that's good. So that should be our total power now. I can't hover over it till it gets to about here for some reason. We'll just wait. That should be it. Now the extra rocket fuel that's coming out here on each of these, we're going to package it. Just have to decide how we want to bring in that stuff. I mean, I guess ultimately all of these lines at the end could be combined. Or we could just send them each into their own packager. Probably the safest to do that. Just clock the packagers exactly how they need to be. That's probably safest, because otherwise it's like, what if there's some spillage or something going wrong with them somehow? I had the generators at 230%. Now they're at 250 each. So they were underclocked, kind of. It's just because we had a lot in the line. This place used to be doing turbo fuel. So let's say I had 20 in the line. They're all doing turbo fuel at 250% or some, I don't know, some number. And then we changed it so it was doing rocket fuel. But for the specific amount of rocket fuel I make per line, it was 277.7. So I clocked the generators to whatever number they needed to be so that they mostly all ran. And they just stayed like that then forever. And then now, I've shrunk it even further down. Because it used to go all the way to the back of the wall. I've shrunk it further down, up to 250% their max speed. And they're running on rocket fuel. But we're making too much. So now the excess is going to come out here and go into packagers. That's basically it. Right. And I reckon, yeah, just send one into each packager, why not? Means having a very specific clock speed though for these things. If we can just do one line. So that's going to come to somewhere like here. then go in. Leave it there for a minute. Right, so let's find out how much we have, I guess. Try to get the number as accurate as we can, so I'm just going to go to the wiki really quickly again. How much oil feeds your Rocketfuel factory? I don't know. I'd have to, not sure. Remember, this was built from a turbo fuel factory from update 8. It's not using nitro rocket fuel. It's not the most efficient rocket factory ever. It's just a converted turbo fuel factory. So 1200 oil. A line of 600, 300, and 300. Makes fuel, makes rocket fuel, makes... Sorry, turbo fuel makes rocket fuel. Sulfur and stuff gets delivered in, and I don't think I included the nitric acid. This is the nitric acid, I think. Didn't show how it was made. Right, so... Rocket fuel is 4.16666 recurring. 10.4166. That's really the number that we're using. Okay, so that's the number we're using. I just need to double check. I think it was 12, but I just want to make sure. Yep, so it's going to be 24. That's how much we get left over. 27.7776. So that's what this needs to be set to. Well, for its intake. It's actually really low, but I'd rather keep the lines separate. I just think it makes life a little easier. We'll combine them after the fact. So the best way to do that maybe is just to take this number and divide it by 2. That's going to be our target output. 13.88888. Alright, so now they take in the 27.778. 13.888. Could be it, I think. And we just do this multiple times over. Because my drone ports upstairs can kind of go wherever, I'll probably just choose a spot like here. Place to receive. Maybe even in this line, I guess, would probably... Yeah, probably work better. Okay. Oh, it was a Mark II, or a 2 foundation. Alright, so this will be our aluminum. Comes down. The tanks, I mean. And we're looking to take in 30. Yeah, just Mark I belt is actually totally fine. Ugh, it's annoying. Paint this real quick. These use carbon steel, I think. Hey Stockvis, how you doing, man? Alright, almost there. Almost done. Okay, so now each of the overflow... Whoops. All the excess rocket fuel can just go straight ahead in here. I say overflow, I mean it's... I hope it works out that way. Almost done. And then we just need a drone port upstairs as well, then that carries the stuff out. Alright, fairly consistent. Let's get rid of that. Ours on the left side. Or it's just, yeah, that's fine. That work? Yeah, okay. Hey, well, there we go. Oh, it had the thing set already, did it? Oh yeah, because I did that. I forgot I copy and pasted them, didn't I? Nice, we got fluid tanks here and everything. Let's bin these. Want it to be done correctly. Alright, so... Hello. Yeah, pretty soon, I'm almost done. Yeah, like... What time is it? I guess it'd be nice just to get a wider moments or something. Oh, I've got burgers actually. Yeah. But yeah, we can do that. It'll probably be like 40 minutes. Yeah. Okay, right, so packages are ready. They have their excess rocket fuel. We know where the thing has to be built. Or it could be built anywhere up here, really, but generally close by this would be nice. So let's do drone port. Maybe there? Maybe the last line of generator, one of them not connect. You think? I'll have a look in a sec. Right, so this would be... Can't remember what if I gave this a code name. The truck stations are visible. Train stations, just like what? Let's turn off the trucks because they're blocking me, wherever they are. Vehicles. Still can't see what it's called. Truck station. Oh my god, how many do I have? So many truck stations. I just want to see. Oh, there we go. TFF. That's the thing I was looking for. It's TFF. TFF 01. Got it. Turbo Fuel Factory. That's why. Yeah. Now it's Rocket Fuel Factory. But anyway, TFF is its code. TFF 01, and it's aluminum alu fluid tank import. And we want. Yeah, just receive from here, right? So aluminum fluid tank export from here when you can. And then we need to give this power to be a bit temporary. I'll just drag it underground. Alright, so that is power now. Now we haven't given them fuel initially, so maybe I will just make a batch of fuel on my own. And then we'll give it its first batch of rocket fuel. You said one of the generators you don't think is hooked up. Let's see. That's connected, so that's good. That one's connected, so is that. They're okay. Yep, all good, I think. Yep. Yep, all good. Alright, let's make that rocket fuel just real quick. Oh, I already have some. Nice. I'll just make more. Now, the rocket fuel then needs to do the same thing. It needs to go upstairs. It needs to all merge onto one line. How much are we making? Half of what's going in. So it's a Mark 1 belt is fine again. And then just go somewhere back upstairs to the other drone port. And that'll be it. Just the two can sit side by side. Maybe I'll angle them differently, actually. Just bear with me. Copy this. Probably use that. This one could be like this instead. They need to receive fuel, though. There, maybe? Urumok. And this is B number 2, and this is... Package rocket fuel export. Great. Don't know where that's going to go just yet, but it doesn't really matter. This one comes here. And my hope is that here got one of these and it goes into a splitter maybe and just feeds things. Probably the only ones running from here. Build some stairs or something that leads up there eventually. Right, so this is going to be the line that receives these things then. Yeah, I know, 40 minutes is 120 minutes for me. No, I really mean it this time. We're pretty close to the end. I look forward to tomorrow though, coming back. There's a lot to do now that we have drones up and running, power, aluminum. It's like, yeah, we're making really good progress actually. Or it feels that way. It's taking forever. I guess trying to get the copper factory up and running more would be nice. Alright, so the rocket fuel is coming out down there, so that's good. Progress has been made. We'll have to just get this plate. Oh yeah, so an awesome sink is going to be needed. The only difficult thing with this is this place is now dependent on getting aluminum tanks fed in. Otherwise, it will start backing up and lower its own production. So that's pretty risky. It's like you always have to have now aluminum working. I mean, my factories never fail, so I'm sure it'll be fine. But it is like one of those risky things. It's like, okay, this is now dependent on this gas going this way. And if it can't, because you didn't deliver in the aluminum tanks, then it will just slowly back up. Oh, good luck. But yeah. They do fly faster, yeah. Rocketfuel, they fly really fast. Jet color. Oh, the plume that comes out the back. But there's speed in milliseconds. So with they do 37. We would have been doing. Whoops. Asked Copilot question. They would have been doing 30 on regular turbo fuel, which we had before. Well, we don't have any fuel in this world, but in other worlds, we did put them on. I had them running on plutonium in my other game. Guess that was the max 45. They were speedy. That'd be cool. Rocket fuel will be a reddish yellow color coming out the back. Yeah, so some sort of aluminum awesome sink over here, just so that everything runs forever, would be nice in case the drones are full, or they will be for sure. Alright, cool. Let's try to get our first delivery of aluminum. Yeah, maybe next time as well, let's try to put some stairs or a way to get up and down this place. Oh, these need to be powered again. Whoops. You're the importer. It almost feels like if you're an importer, you should be going and fetching something, shouldn't you? Yeah. So we have to change that around a bit. I'll be quick about that. I'll just run over and take the drone away. Anything that exports shouldn't have a drone on it, because multiple things might take fluid tanks, because we don't use them all here. Another factory in the future might. Did the sink get power? I'm gonna say yes, but don't know. I'll check in a second. We're just deleting a drone off this pad anyway, so then we're just running back immediately. There we go. Right, so you should be full of tanks, right? Yeesh. Yeesh. My god, I just had like one of the longest tummy rumbles ever. I had the... Oh my god. I ran out of fuel. I had one of those little ASMR mics, or just pulled it down here. Did that sink splitter actually attach to the belt? I usually send a few units both ways just to make sure. Yeah, I think so. I'm willing to not check it. In my belief that I'm sure it did work. What's your problem? You're reversed. Oh. As intended. The fact that anything's going through it at all, I'm convinced that it does work, but because we can see the segment split on the hologram. So yeah, sure, it's okay. Okay. Time to place the drone down and let it make its first flight. And then we have to give it its first... Oh, it's getting it already. Nice. There we go. The loading and unloading time doesn't speed up though, and that is a set time, and that takes a really long time. When we were building the nuclear power plant, I had drones delivering everything into it. Apparently they've improved drone pathfinding in 1.1. Anyway, yeah, we learned that without it loading and unloading time, you lose a significant like items per minute kind of number in there. Especially if you got multiple drones trying to go to the same pad. So we ended up building multiple pads taking in the same thing. Yeah, that was unexpected. It just flew into the factory all this time trying to make it look good, and then it's like, ah, whatever. I mean, I guess it's built near cliffs and water and stuff. Maybe it's trying to avoid them. I don't know. Nice to make this area look nice too. Some stuff around it. Fencing and different wall types. Or foundation types, because there's... Not all of them are 2 meters. Alright, so we're just waiting for the loading and unloading over here. Truck stations, let's turn that off. Drones are all night. There we are. On its way back. Let's see where it goes, how it gets here. I don't like it. I don't like it. Why? I just saw it come up through the ground. Oh, it's so annoying that it does that, but oh well. What can I do about it, you know? Move this somewhere further out, maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, the plumes. Red, yellow, just like the wiki said. Oh, so shiny, I love it. Man, we even have the reflections of the actual thing on. The teal, greeny color, like lights, you can see them. Love the little pressurized valve thing on top as well, it's cool. Alright, with that, we'll start getting these up and running in a sec. I'll have to check on if anything's been backed up. If it has, we'll have to drain them. But that'll be okay, we'll just do it once and then it should just run forever. That's the idea. Why did it clip through foundations? Ask Coffee Stain. I don't know, they updated the pathfinding in 1.1, but it's experimental, and it's, I don't know, it seems unaware of walls and foundations, and it just flew wherever it wanted to go to its thing. Did I power the awesome sink? Oh yeah. No, I did not, thank you, you're right. There we go. We're pumping. Why do I have all this on me? Did I take some out by accident somehow? I don't know. Get rid of it. I know I said I don't like to waste, but that's fine. Alright, well there we go. We got little bits of rocket fuel coming out. This is going to make its way down. We'll see it coming out of each one. We should be making 40 something per minute. Packaged anyway, so 13.88888. 55 packaged turbo fuel per minute, which is the equivalent. So yeah, my math might have been a bit wrong before, but that's the equivalent of 3.6. 200. Oh no, it's right. It's what I thought. Yeah, it's 200 turbo fuel. It's the equivalent of having 200 packaged turbo fuel, basically. And we ran a game on 166 packaged turbo fuel with maybe 40 drones, all running on that over the whole map. No problem, so that makes me think like, yeah, this will be okay. I guess. Should be. Second line has got its stuff. Last one might sputter a bit until the line fills. Yeah, so let me just go and check the rocket fuel, see if it's backed up too much yet. I won't reset the buffer, I'll just empty out the machines. Oh no, that hasn't backed up yet. This one kind of has. 84%, ugh, don't like seeing that. 90% on this one. That's just because we were making too many before I hooked up those packagers. But now that they're hooked up, everything should just run. I could maybe encourage it just a little bit, just drain a pipe segment as well. You can hear them powering down. 99%. Damn. Alright. Hopefully that'll be it. You don't have to do it again. Power stable anyway. We're up to 65,000. I don't know why the power is at like a very small 833.3. I wonder, I think it's the coal plant has like very specific clock speeds. Be nice to get it to like a more round number. Power storage is back full again. 166 per minute handles 40 drones. Yeah, I guess. I mean, in our other world, we could go check it super quick, but yeah, that's what it was running on. Like, I didn't make any other fuel, and the drones never ran out. And they didn't even start eating, like, they're still, the turbo fuel is still overflowing into an awesome thing. That's so stupid, man. It could have hole in the floor, baby. As easy as that. I mean, I guess that's it. We just have to wait a little bit just to make sure that they all run, but I'm sure they will. I could help them along by feeding them manually, but I'll let the manifold do its thing, even though it does take time. I know it's a Mark 1 belt and everything, but I like doing it that way. Don't like seeing it doing what it's doing, though. Now, so this one is taking in the packaged rocket fuel. And this is the exporter, so we now need over there an importer that pulls in the rocket fuel for when we want to send other things. I guess we don't have to do it right now, but eventually, if we have other drone ports over there, they'll want to fuel themselves. Actually, we could do it down at the biofuel area. That'd be good to do that now. So yeah, we'll run down, we'll come back in a minute, and then just do one last final check. You plan to get into nuclear? Yeah, so in the other save, we did build a nuclear power plant. That was my first time I ever did it. It worked great. Loved it. It didn't make a huge amount. It's 50,000 megawatts, I think. Yeah, I'm reaching like the limits of power in this world now for what we've done. So it's like, oh, you could start looking into ionized fuel or nuclear power, or do more rocket fuel, like more advanced rocket fuel. But I don't know. I haven't really thought about it yet, what we're going to do. We could do a vote on what people would like to see. I'd kind of like to try nuclear again, but grab all of it this time. Sorry, I just got distracted there for a second. Am I going the right way? Where am I heading? Biofuel, south, sorry. But yeah, it'd be cool because I've never made... So I've beaten the game just once, just recently, not that long ago. So it'd be cool... Ooh, oh yeah. I always see those yellow lights and think they're off, but they're not. Intentional yellow lights. I wish they could just power them off. Like off. Like when you build a machine for the first time, it's gray. The light like is not on. But after you... Even if you load and unload, that then turns red. It'll always stay red then. Anyway... yeah, the things that I haven't made in the game yet would be anything to do with, like, I haven't really made advanced weapons stuff yet. It'd be kind of fun to pull some of that things together. Fixonium. Maybe try to, yeah, so use plutonium, make fixonium. That's late game stuff. I don't have access to it at the moment in this world. We'd have to progress before we could do that. Nuclear is cool, like we did it before, so it would be nice doing it again, but just in higher volume. All might be a bit radical, but it would be fun, I guess. But it would be a bit of a pain to get that going. But it might be what's needed next for, because we don't have that much power left over. We got like 10 to 15,000 megawatts of free power now, maybe 20, 30 if you count like what's not running. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I've got over 200 drones going all over the place. Some go up, some go below the port. That sucks. I've never seen them do that. I mean, I know that they're a bit crazy, but I've never seen them just go through my buildings before. The biofuel factory is just here. I just saw that now, Thomas Ralbring. That was funny. But thankfully, we did get to it. I recently got sick and decided to binge watch your whole 1.0 playlist. Loved how you use things that aren't normally used. Keep up the great work. Your factories are beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what I use that normally aren't used. See, I don't watch other creators. I'm probably just not very good. So I just kind of use what makes sense to me at the time. I don't really know the meta of anything. Some people say that keeps it original. Others say it's inefficient. Why have you filled... Oh, this is the import. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, I guess you don't need fuel here. Yeah, we don't need fuel here. Because other factories just pull from this place. And then I only ever send this stuff, bio waste, from wherever I am. Like, I fuel it. Just on a one-time basis. It's like if I'm in the middle of the jungle, I've got a bunch of crap on me. I'm like, build a drone port, put a drone on it, fuel it, and send it off, and it'll deliver it down here. And it'll distribute the rest of the fuel to other trucks and stuff. But I never need to actually send this place rocket fuel, thinking about it, so that's good. What I do need, though, is anywhere that's going to receive... So all my trucks at the moment do run on coal, and they run just fine. But I had said that it would be good to swap it out now and just make it run on biofuel, just to make use of it, because this place is just backed up. And I keep picking it up, and I have too much of it, and there's just 50 containers down there full of the stuff. I actually walked down there because I've got the new reflections on. Maybe it'll look even better down there. But yeah, I could just quickly go into the... I'd have to save for tomorrow's stream, actually. It would take too long. We go into the computer factory or the copper factory and make it so that it accepts biofuel instead of coal. It would be a fairly quick-ish change. It just means waiting until all the trucks come in and making sure they take it. Doing that. Yeah, this is a good looking one. It's a looker, this place, but it's completely backed up and it's got way more containers and stuff than it ever should. Just that we don't send this stuff anywhere. If you pull the biofuel, you can still fuel the drones from the biofuel plant. Otherwise, you need to fuel every outpost. Yeah, that's how I did it before. I had 3 stations at the biofuel factory. But it felt like wherever I sent drones, I would often have other drone ports there, and they would need fuel. That just always happened that way. I guess it's not strictly true, though. It's like... So I could see either being the case, you know? Oh, this looks a bit weird, though. I guess it's because the lighting is kind of coming through the world. Doesn't normally do that. Maybe one of my new settings is messing with it. That was pretty, though. Oh yeah, I should really send some of that rocket fuel into a dimensional depot so we always have some. We can fly far. Just watching it makes me tense up trying to hear if there's spiders. There's no spiders in there, thankfully. God, I wouldn't ever go in there if there was. Don't ever change. Aim. Yeah, I guess, I mean, in theory, you could have it both ways, where it's like, if you know factory's never going to have other drone ports, but it does have trucks for whatever reason, then yeah, it would be good to have the fuel here. But I do kind of think, yeah, just fuel the outposts. So anywhere I build drones is another place that it has to accept fuel going into it. I think that's kind of good. I don't know. Not sure if it's better or not. Have you used the power slug converters yet? Have I built them? No, I don't think so, actually. No. Yeah, I know where they're going to be. They're underneath the staircase. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. Maybe tomorrow we can do that, because now I'll have... So tomorrow, I think... I'm going to wrap it up now. We'll quickly go back over to that factory just one last time to have a look, but I think what I'll do is... The plan was to have drone ports here on this like subfloor, this area, and they could carry away some materials that this place makes, because we do make a bunch of things on this floor. So that's why I think this one would need rocket fuel coming in anyway. As for over there, I'm not sure if we'll ever have drone ports carry stuff away. Everything's made in such high volume, it really relies on the train line, I think. And we just built this, it's not fully done yet. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fun. We'll do that tomorrow. Figure out... Well, I don't know exactly what we're going to do tomorrow, but... Getting that place up and running properly and deciding what to do with any more rocket fuel and having a look at what we could progress. It would be good to make hazmat suit stuff, and maybe we'll think about nuclear. Because power's getting a little close. A little bit. Certainly, you can only really build one more factory before you'd need to. And we're still in the stages of like trying to optimize this world and get everything running again, because it came from update 8, and and things were built with 780 per minute in mind, and we've just upgraded a lot of that. But that copper factory down there, it's not fully running yet. It can now, but it hasn't. We haven't fully given it everything it needs. Yeah, big fuel plant maybe. Don't know where I'd do it. Maybe Spire Coast. A lot of oil up there that we don't use. Because I already use Blue Crater. Actually, I don't use the oil really down there. Not really. Spire Coast, we use the oil. Oh, sorry, the Gold Coast, whatever it's called. The coast on the west. Don't use any oil up here. Or in the swamp. So, think about it. For your own personal sacrifice, you could put some power shards in a refinery with sloops for ionized fuel. I love that. I don't know much about ionized fuel, but doesn't it consume power shards? I can't even look at it. You have to look online. Yeah, so... Just so I can make a little bit. I could just do it obviously temporarily, just throw them in there. Like, I don't mind. Because we have loads. Hundreds. And you can eventually make them. But, it would just be a temporary thing. I could make a little bit, you know. Yeah, the sacrifice, yeah. Yeah, I could make a little bit just to see it. I've never seen it before. But I'd like to, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to do it, I should do it properly. 40 rocket fuel per minute. Just out of curiosity then, with the amount that we have... It's about 250 per line, so I've got... Oh, right, I've got 1,000. So I did end up hitting the target I wanted. Thanks. do alt. Wouldn't have done it without you. We divide that by 40 per minute. So we could do about 25 of these, 25 refineries, and it would make the same amount, right? 1,000 ionized fuel. Just need to be able to do these. So you'd need 25 times 2.5. 62.5 power shards per minute. How do you make these? So we need 62.5. Divide that by the 5 output. Oh, sorry, you can't see this. Yeah, so you need 12.5 machines. 12.5 quantum encoders would make enough power shards to use all our rocket fuel and make it into ionized fuel. And that would require 125 dark matter crystals. How much quartz crystal? 750. We make more than that already, so that's fine. Excited photonic matter you make for free, just you need power. And then time crystals. They're made from diamonds, aren't they? 120 time crystals per minute. Well, we're way off that stuff. It is interesting to think about, and it would be fun just to see it, maybe. You could probably just buy it from the Awesome shop. Making them is crazy? Oh, we'll make them. We just have so much other stuff to do before we get there. So much tidying up to do as well. This place is a mess. It took me 2 hours just to build those today. Well, with obvious distractions and other things happening, but still. It kind of looks cool though together. Wow, look how much we made already. 689. Nice. Not counting what's gone into the other stuff. Are they all running now? Seems like it. Beautiful thing. Love to see it. 86%. We're not quite there yet. Have to wait for the little manifold to keep going. This one's at 100. This one's at 100. Okay, it'll get there then. You have to... sorry, you just have to have an overflow for the extra dark matter crystal, so it doesn't clog everything. Oh yeah, that's no problem. If any are backed up, it would be these guys. Because they were the last one to get their bottles. They still haven't got them fully yet. Oh. Shouldn't really bother doing that. If we just, I mean, if you want to really kill everything, we could just completely flush the fluid buffers. I'm gonna do it. It's a shame you can't say flush half. Now there's way more space. They can get all their stuff out. They'll run at 100% again. They'll make enough. It'll eventually feed its way back down. These groups will suffer for a while, but the batteries will kick in and keep it all going. I'm sure it'll be okay. That's the reset done now. I think it is anyway, but we'll see tomorrow if we get any hitches in power and fix any problems we get. Anyway, alright, that's it. Man, I was slumping way down in the chair there. Don't forget the depot. Okay, yeah, I'll do that last thing, and then we need to quickly go over to my other save file. And I was just gonna have a look at how many drones we have in the world. I'll just stare at the map. I'm just curious. Alright, done. Alright, great. In total, we should be making like 57 per minute, I think it was. So. GG. Stream 16. I did it. Got the container in. Almost didn't, but got one. So just real quickly, Pandora. The packers paint the bottles, yeah. There are things like that that I always find slightly odd, where it's like the aluminum scrap rolls out and it's in like a little plastic container. And it's like, well, you don't need plastic. It just makes that somehow. Out of aluminum, presumably. And I get it for the models of the game, but to me, it's like scrap could have just been like, they didn't need to put it in a container. It could have just been a blob, like ore is, but shiny. For some reason, they were like, no, we want it to be in like a little orange container. And you make such high volume, it's like, who's making the containers? So, this world is the only world we beat the game on, and all the drones you see here, except for these ones. Although they were running on it before, but I just in case I switched them over to plutonium. But all the other drones in the world, including like all of them at this place, they all run on the same turbo fuel. And it's 166 per minute, and it comes out of here. That's far. They all move really far across the map to their various locations. And it never ran out. It never even dented. Like, it never started eating into the container. It was always overflowing. So I don't know how much really runs. Because when you look at the numbers, it says like, oh, fuel consumed on trip, like 20 per minute. And I was like, geez, that's pretty high. But obviously, it's not running all the time. You almost need an average of like over an hour. How much did you use? Or time between trips and stuff. Like, how much then per minute? That's the number you'd really want to know. And now we've just gone with rocket fuel, and we've gone with more than what we make there. So it's like 30% more energy. So we could have, or maybe about 20%. So we could have even more of these drones. Wire turns into rubber-coated cable. Yeah, that's true. Loads of things like that, I guess. First liquid biofuel factory. Oh, second one, I guess. You changed their timetable of the drones, I mean, sorry. No? I don't. Can you even make drones wait? I don't think so. Drones wait themselves based on how empty their thing is. So I think a drone. You'd have to read the wiki to know for sure. But the drone port can hold 2 times what a drone can carry. So I think the way it works is when the port gets down to half capacity, it makes a journey, something like that. It's a bit more technical than that because it actually does factor in the time I think it takes to go from A to B, but yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, this is where we make the plutonium, and this goes into the drones now. It didn't used to. All of this was running before we did that, so that's why I'm like, yeah, it did all run on turbo fuel, just until we hooked up the last bit. And when I switched it over to plutonium, like, I didn't have to do anything. It just handled itself. The drones move faster, and they leave less often. This one waits for that one to clear before it comes down. There's always one waiting to deliver in more uranium. I always thought this was really cool, by the way, as well. We're just building like slightly into the water. It's like a super cooled container. Don't they fly just for 1 stack? Well, they'll do that if the drone port itself is empty. So what some people do is they fill up the port completely, and then they only leave when they gets down to about halfway. Something like that. But you'd have to read the wiki. The wiki would tell you everything. I don't really know. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, these drones are on plutonium, so they're the fastest flying drones you get. Let's see, this one will shoot off now. From where? Whoops. It's gone. So that one's heading out to, I believe, there. Pretty far away. It's collecting uranium ore. I don't know if we'll see it from here. It'd be kind of cool if you could. Oh yeah. There we go. That was pretty quick. I don't know how long that was. 10 seconds? 15 seconds? And then it does take like 30 seconds to load and unload though. That's the real challenge for time. There's 3 drones bringing in uranium. One's going out there. Another one's going like up here. Up there. And there's 2 leaving this area because I can't remember why. It's something to do with the speed. Like it just couldn't do it with one, even though it's quite close. It being close is actually a bit of a problem. But anyway, I can't remember. It's you have to talk to me months ago when we actually built this place. All right. Well, anyway, that's really going to be it. So gotta go. Spent fuel pool. That's kind of cool as well. Yeah. Check actually super quick. I love these new reflections that we got on. It's so nice. Wonder if these look any better inside. They changed how this looks. Dead silent. Not moving. You normally see the arm. Oh, it takes a while, I guess, but yeah. What are we making in this world? 90,000? Beat the game on 90,000 production. It's not bad. Alright, GG. That's going to be it for me. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. And yeah, like I said, back tomorrow. And we'll figure out what we're going to do then. The game crashes every time I close it. Is what it is. I think other people have reported that, though. Waiting drones do not consume extra power. Oh, really? They don't burn their fuel. That's good. They just hover around. Nice. Alright. Thanks very much for hanging out. Listen to my stories. And yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow if I don't see you. Have a great weekend. Good night. Goodbye. And I guess that's it.